Hello, hello, hello. We return.
Hello.
Good afternoon, evening, good morning, everyone, wherever you may be across this interesting world and planet that we find ourselves on.
How is everyone?
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
Doing
Yeah,
good.
nothing's on fire currently.
Currently.
You do not spark confidence or joy right now.
I mean,
hope
the
you know
session
that.
is. I did decide to call the session Flames, so there might be a reason behind that.
Might be some concerns happening here.
But yes, hello everyone, welcome on in, and thank you for joining us on episode 13, an auspicious lucky number of this season of And We Went Out Roving.
Yippee!
Huzzah!
Yay!
Where we had left off last time, after a brief hiatus in order to make sure that our lovely Co was able to recover and spend a week in rest, the group had spent a good chunk of time and period. We'll split up a little bit, and with one half of the group encountering a number of interesting various persons at an underground rave that was within a crypt beneath a cathedral. Including, of course, a pair of Leonin drug cartel-ish people, as well as a Raven DJ that was using various different thaumaturgical birds in order to create different sound effects, an artificer raccoon that proceeded to badger Allegan into an attempt of trying to get all sorts of recognition for getting into the university, and a brief interlude and interaction with Lethead and with a very familiar siren figure. But the evening itself went off after that period of time. What seemed to go off fairly well, including a chance encounter with a Hrolgor, the hippo, or the GIF specifically, where you'd all agreed to meet for brunch mimosas the next morning. At a bar cafe down by the river, and after that, you danced to your heart's content before returning back to the inn, as well as and then we shifted over to a terrace who had a surprisingly pleasant evening conversation with Sadis the Rakshasa, and a long, fruitful conversation and a number of different interesting pieces of information flowing their way before they returned to the group, and that was where we had all left off after last time. And in between then, we had Saffron make a roll because something interesting happened to have occurred on a previous roll they had made, and they awoke to the smell of the sound of horse-drawn carts and a faint smell of salt and loose cotton and dead flesh. Looking outside the window, they had seen what appeared to be a number of individuals moving quickly and quietly through the streets as best they could. A number of masks over their faces. Being directed along by a green-skinned individual dressed in dark leathers carrying a heavy sledge maul, and talking quietly amongst themselves with barrels stacked high upon these horse-drawn carts. It's about 3 a.m. at this point. So Saffron, as you're kind of like looking out and seeing this group, as they're heading along one of the side streets, like skirting around the edges of the main square itself. What would you like to do?
I think he's going to go over to where Raya is sleeping and just start pat on his on the cheek just Raya.
What is it? Raya's Raya kind of like looks up bleary-eyed, and he kind of sort of just hides the dagger that he was about to get again. Just listen, he keeps it. He keeps a different dagger in a different hiding place each time he sleeps. Okay. All right. What is it?
I'm just going to say, like, for you, right, it's dark, it's fairly early morning, you're probably only gotten a couple hours of rest by this point in time, but you are at least, like, slowly coming to consciousness.
Is
Hey.
everything all right? What? Yeah?
There's something weird outside.
Weird what?
Come on. I grab by the wrist. I'm
Right,
just dragging him over to the window.
Raya gets up. He's trying to shake the cobwebs out of his eyes, let his eyes adjust, and looks outside.
Right, make a perception check for me.
Okay.
Can I assist by sort of pointing in the direction?
I'll say sure.
Okay.
And Red, you have dark vision, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
So that is 17 with that assist.
Okay. Looking down the street, you can see they've probably at this point in time they've gone. They're now about maybe 120, 150 feet away. The vague parts of them illuminated by passing through various different street shops and fronts on them around the near side, but much of them still covered in vague points of shadow. You would see a group of individuals, probably about a dozen or so strong, that are moving two heavily laden horse-drawn carts that are filled with barrels. And as you're looking, like the wind is kind of blowing at this point in time, and you get this faint smell of desiccated flesh, kind of drifting off behind from where they had traveled.
I think the smell would actually wake up Raya fully, and it's just like, what the hell is going on? And I think he's asking this, but he's already like pulling on his pants, just like. Okay.
Does he sleep in the nude?
No,
Like,
he
what?
has underwear. He has underwear on.
Okay. Safi will just sort of turn to Ryan and just be like, I don't know. The smell sort of woke me up, and I was about to like jump out the window and start like, poking around, but you would probably be disappointed in me if I went by myself. So
Yeah,
you're awake now.
Yeah, I would be very disappointed if you didn't at least tell Izai asked me to come with you. So we go.
So this is me. Yeah, this is me asking. Do you want to go, like, look at what that is?
Raya's already got most of his stuff, and he's just throwing on the he's throwing on the glamour weave cloak, and he's getting the mask. It's like, are we going or what? Come on.
Yeah, obviously. Come on. I was waiting for you.
Okay, let's go. We smooth.
All right, are you going out the
We
window
go.
or out through the front door?
Window.
Window.
Okay,
For
can
sure.
both of you go ahead and make acrobatics checks for me, please.
All
Or
right.
athletics to scramble, crawl out and down to the bottom floor.
24.
Acrobatic. I mean, it's still good. It's a 15.
That's plenty fine. You are on the you're on the second story, so it's not that far of a drop down to the bottom of the ground. So you're both able to down and across the building, and you would see that at this point in time the carts kind of like turning a corner and disappearing down the line. So about 200 feet or so away down the road, but you're able to kind of quickly move on after them. All right. Kind of, how far back are you trailing them, or are you like trying at this point in time to stick through the roads? Do you want to try to go up through the rooftops?
I think we're trying to sneak, so rooftops is probably a good idea, right?
Rooftops is a lot better. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sneaky,
so
sneaky.
Sneaky. Yep. I need both of you to go ahead and make stealth checks because I will remind you there are guards up top, but it is
Yep,
early
yep.
morning, so it's
It never fails. So that's going to be 25.
25?
That is math. Give me 2 seconds. I must get 18 plus 6. What is
That's
the what is
24.
that? 24.
Yeah.
There you go. I promise I know how numbers work.
It's like just fist bump with the sneaky squad. Just
Alright. So, the two of you follow the group across the rooftops, and they definitely seem to be kind of skirting out and around the section of the larger kind of square of green, which you can see at this point in time is still not as fully packed full of people as it was during the day, but there's still probably a good number of folks that are still out and trading about and like making all sorts of different purchases. It's very clear that Dapplegate is a city that doesn't sleep in terms of the trader and money-making business. But so the two of you follow along, and eventually, after probably about 2 blocks, you're able to kind of catch up. And are you looking around directly from above as they're kind of going along, or would you like to follow along slightly behind?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
So, would you like to like kind of move along the rooftops parallel with them, like as they're walking along, or do you want to be back like a building or two and kind of like following them at an angle through the rooftop?
Probably I don't know, say like probably like a building or two just in case one of the guards turns a direction towards the car, we can just easily like sneak past them.
Okay, fair enough. So, following along, the group, as you kind of following along, they go through about 5-6 blocks. Actually, and you see them passing around kind of that large tower within the main center square until eventually they seem to be pulling up to what looks to be a bakery. You could see the point in time where the group kind of pulls off to one side of behind the bakery, and that green-skinned individual goes up to a sideboard and knocks fairly loudly. Dunk, dunk, dunk. And you can see. Go ahead.
I want to make a note of where this is so we can maybe investigate during the daytime.
Yeah.
Sure. I will put a little marker on it for you.
Yippee! Thank you.
Yay. Would we have came across that bakery while we were roaming about, or not, or that wasn't quite in the direction we were going?
You probably would have at least gone past it when you first made your original delivery.
Yeah.
But if you want to go make a perception check to see as to which one it is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That is.
Oh no. Mm-mm. That's an 8.
24.
Unfortunately, 24. Well, Saffron, you're kind of more collected on the group of the escorting group. Ray, you were able to kind of see the front and side. What you would see looks to be 2 like snow-capped mountains, at the very top of which are 2 cherries, with the title across it that says "Stiff Peaks."
Wait, hold on, wait a minute. Wasn't that one of the shops that was recommended to us at one point?
Yeah, it was one of the bakeries that you were told about. There was Dem Buns, Dough, Stiff Peaks, Honeysuckle, and Chonkers were the kind of the 4.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Hold on, it just. Uh-oh. This doesn't bode well.
But with the heavy knock a couple of moments later, you would see the back door be opened by a very attractive, youngish, half-elven woman, who kind of looks out like there's like kind of this faint press of like handprint of flour across her flower across her face. You see her kind of look out at this point in time and very quickly looking around. I need both of you to go make stealth checks, please. You
All right.
have advantage because you are a block back.
Okay.
Thank God we got advantage. My second roll was a 2.
Oh, not great. 18?
Okay.
That was 23. I'm sorry.
23. You can see her eyes kind of casting out and about in the dark, and does not seem to pick up either of you. Before she nods to the green screen individual and kind of waves a quick hand motion. Saffron, you speak
Yeah?
thieves can't.
We
do.
both do. What are you talking about?
Oh, you both do. Then you both would pick up the flashing symbols for move quickly. No time to waste.
Okay.
And you'd see the individual nod and give off a short, low whistle, and the individuals very quickly start unloading barrels. In which these barrels don't look like, even though they are imprinted with like kind of symbols of flour now on the side that you can see, have like heavy restraining bands of iron wrapped around them.
Who puts flour in barrels instead of bags anyway?
Yeah, these guys aren't really subtle about what they're doing, so.
Is there?
And they just very quickly start to unload. Probably looks to be about, let's see, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, sorry, I'm doing my own mental arithmetic.
Yeah, you're good.
7, 10. Yeah, about 20, 22 barrels worth off of these wagons.
Jesus. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Of weirdness. I'm going to whisper to Raya and just be like, hey, if these guys are trying to move this quick, we might lose them. They might be gone by morning. Well, noon.
Yeah.
Yeah, what time is it right now? Like, probably like 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. or something?
3
Like
or 4 a.m.
3:30. 3:30.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Early,
yeah,
early.
Yeah. So, thinking. Okay, now I gotta know what's in there.
Is there any way, now that we're almost a little bit close, to maybe get an idea?
Of?
Maybe, like,
What's inside? Yeah.
yeah, what's inside? Like, I know what I smell. Do I see any familiar jewelry? Do I see any familiar symbols? Do I see anything notable on these guys? Might be able to tell affiliation at all.
Give me an investigation check.
Oh yeah, I'm great at those.
I will give you advantage because you know what you're looking for.
Yippee! Jingle jingle. Ah, that's cocked. Ah! Ooh! It almost fell off my notebook, but then it went on to an 18 total.
An 18. You notice different pieces of jewelry and similar, but none of them have kind of that specific thing that you're looking for. And they're all different, like kind of like very traditional kind of thievery or pirate-esque individuals, like a lot of earrings, various rings, but nothing specifically that sticks out to you. One thing that you do know is that each of the masks, now that you actually can see in bits and chunks of them in light, has an imprintation of it over in front of it that looks like that of like human or draconic teeth
Oh
painted
no.
onto the masks themselves.
Oh no.
What?
But you do not see or recognize any of the things that you would associate with your particular group.
I mean, I didn't think they would be like my people, but just if they were in a part of like the guild or just something.
Yeah, this doesn't look
Safi.
like a group that you would typically like, specifically
Mhm.
because of where they've gone to. You get the feeling that they're probably not a part of. Yeah,
And it's like a white dragon on like a black bandana situation.
yeah, like white teeth on the black bandana. You can't tell if they're like from this
Mhm.
distance. You can't tell if they're human teeth or dragon teeth or like snake teeth or otherwise. But you know that it's like some amount of like kind of vague teeth shape over on the bandanas themselves.
Because my brain immediately went to, this wouldn't happen to be the fucking dragon that is haunting our dear doctor, would it? No. Right? No.
No.
Okay.
Everything's
Okay.
fine, and I don't know why you're worrying.
Yeah, no.
You-
Why
You
would I
can
be worrying?
quiet. You can
I
be
am so safe.
you're not
right
here.
now.
You're not here. You're sleeping. Hunkshoe, Hunkshoe.
He's door.
Allegan is sleeping in the arms of a terrace.
Yes. Okay. Fuck. Sappy's just looking to Ryan. It's just like,
Wait, you said you rolled an 18?
yes.
You would notice also
Oh.
then that there is that on one of the barrels there does look to be like probably the edge of a cloak or cape and the stain of probably of what looks to be fresh blood out of one lid.
Mm.
Yeah, okay, they're transporting dead bodies fresh.
That's okay. That immediately denotes necromancy. That's
Wait, is this a fucking like food place? Is this a fucking Sweeney Todd situation?
Oh my god!
It is a
Ryan's
bakery.
just looking. Ryan's just looking. It's like, what is the stiff? That's the Stiff Peak specializes in bakeries. Oh no! Oh no!
Don't get the meat pies. 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 Okay.
Okay. All right.
Do
Okay,
we
so-
want to poke around now, or do we just want to go the fuck back to our rooms and try and forget? Maybe
Listen,
investigate in the morning?
Okay. So nothing in nothing in Dapplegate would is like, so would there be anything in Dapplegate that Norik ever told Raya that might not be ideal or that might have been rumors about?
Make a history check for me.
The usual?
No, I'll let you have a regular roll on this one.
I have, that I just stopped rolling when you said that. That does not spark the confidence that you think it does. Is it long enough that I could try to use Urbanite's favorite again?
No,
Fuck.
it is not a new day yet.
Fair. So that just makes it a 13?
13. One thing that you do know about Dapplegate, and that probably Norik has either mentioned to you, but you've at least also heard of various different locations around, is that there's a number of different stories of there are various crypts and tombs and various underground structures or sewer system that lies beneath Dapplegate itself. So could be a number of different secret entrances, access into said sewers from any number of different buildings to either crypts or otherwise.
So
In fact, one of the things is that many, like particularly many wizards, go searching for the crypts and tombs underneath the city because there are a number of different wizard crypts and tombs that in particular many that are specialized in the crafting of staves and magic wands. So it's actually but their entrances are typically hidden. So it's actually almost like a game between many different adventurers to kind of like poke around and inspect different areas or venues of the city and similar to see like, oh hey, is this the spot that we're looking for?
Like when it's like the particular crypt in the center of town that Shinjiro was looking at. Because he did mention that he is like that was one of the reasons he was interested in Dapplegate.
Well, yeah, like that one in particular is there. That is a tower that is known, that is very famous within Dapplegate, and that is kind of like the mad wizard whose spirit occasionally you can still see or find within Dapplegate itself. But many others are hidden.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
what?
So
So
it didn't occur to me before, but something that Shiro said a while back that he was looking for a particular tomb in Dapplegate. It didn't click until right now, just seeing people do this, but one of the things that people did, there are various crypts here and there around Dapplegate that have been a lot long undiscovered, or just people don't talk about in the open. It's like a scavenger hunt, pretty much. Is like some wizards go try to find some hidden knowledge. Some find what they're looking for. Others don't. Unfortunately, that means all schools of wizardry, including the ones that deal with dead bodies.
so
That
what does
makes
this mean?
I think we need to I think we need to do our own research before Allegan gets word of it and tries to wander off on his own again.
Well, here's the thing. If Allegan tries to wander off on his own again, you and I only just have to sit back because I'm pretty sure a terrorist is gonna rip off. So
Yeah, but another good thing, I haven't. We technically do have a. We'd actually have a brunch date with an old friend of mine. Maybe maybe I could use that to find out a little bit more.
Mhm.
No, no. Okay, listen. Nothing too bad. If if he tells me to drop it, I'll drop. If he tells me to drop it, I'll drop it. But for the most part, my mentor, if they are someone I should be wary about, he wouldn't let me spend too much time around them unless he told me to watch myself.
Raya.
Is like the gish is like, besides, all it is like, we're not saying what we're looking for. All we just had to do is just someone just said something about old legends. Never say anything about what. Never say anything about where. Just probe.
Shouldn't be getting involved with those people.
It's not a matter of if I want to get involved or not. It's a matter of making sure that if they try to get involved with us, we either have something that they can have something so they leave us alone, or we know exactly what blade to leave at their throats. I'm really tired of leaving things to chance with my friends. But we should go for now.
Smells gross. Honestly, I'm kind of nauseous.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna
All right.
Yeah, we're getting
start
the hell out of
sneaking
there.
back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could I have? Do you go make another stealth check for me, please?
Oh boy. Just straight stealth.
Straight stealth, and to avoid guards as you head on the way
Okay.
back.
I don't like this string of luck that I'm getting.
Oh no.
That's a
22.
That's and that 20 makes it 26.
Sheesh!
So the two of you are able to make it back to the Whitewater Inn without any issue. But at which point it's about 4 in.
Raya is gonna lay back down for the time being, but kind of is like he's kind of just a little bit more on edge than he means to be now.
Fair enough.
I think Safi paces in a circle for about 10 minutes and then just conks out on the bed next to Raya.
Okay. And as the two of you have different swirling, stewing thoughts, you both are eventually able to drift off back to sleep. At which point, you all are able to complete your long rest.
Yippee!
Yay!
And about, let's see, what time in the morning was the? Just about 8 o'clock. There is a faint knock on the door of Allegan and the terrace. Dunk, 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 dunk.
And I think a terrace would have already been up doing her stretches, so she'll answer the door.
There is not the maitre d', it's probably one of their typical like service runners at this point, who looks tired, probably like they're just finishing up their shift for the evening itself. But they have a card on a platter that they offer to you. There is a guest downstairs that is asking for you.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be right
Alright.
down. I'll take
Very
the
good then.
card.
And they turn around and depart down the stairs.
What does the card say?
He's
The card says, where are you? Heraclin.
ooh. Ruh-roh.
Huh?
Terrace will sort of pass the card over to Allegan. Give a little bit of a
Does
nod.
this mean anything to him?
And make
Does
her
this
way
mean
down.
anything to either?
To you, no.
Yeah.
It doesn't. In fact, the name doesn't mean anything to either of you.
Okay. It's just me, the player, who knows what the fuck is happening for once.
Terrace is gonna make her way
alright.
down. She is
Yeah.
no longer in the fancy dress or makeup or shit. She is in her usual.
Okay.
It was fun while it lasted.
Dang.
So you head downstairs, and already there's like a big breakfast crowd moving around, milling, eating. Also, the smell of coffee, kind of, and teas, and various different pastries wafting up and around. You would see sitting at a table as you were being directed to them by probably one of the runners. Looks to be an Asimar, with kind of like very gently folded wings, in a impeccably polished and well maintained armor. They don't appear to be bearing any weapons though, but they have a bright holy symbol across their chest that is bearing the symbol of Lathander, which is then.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
But they're kind of very quietly sipping a cup of tea as they appear to be thumbing through a book.
I think as soon as she sees the crest of Lathander, Terrace is just going to, guard herself just that little bit more, but walk over and just kind of plop down in the chair.
And you kind of look up, and you would see across their face is you don't see any eyes, but in fact, like very small wings that are kind of covering in front of their eyes at this point in time. But you get the feeling that nonetheless their attention is on you.
Generally, when people come to visit, it's polite to at least, know each other.
My apologies. I didn't actually. I'm not informed as to you. I'm simply asked a notification that I was here to be sent to the room of one Allegan. Are you they?
Uh-oh.
Ha!
I unfortunately don't know this, and so I would be following close behind.
No, I'm not.
Well, if you, but you have received at least come none the same. I would wish to please extend my sincerest apologies. Apparently, my compatriot had made contact with one of yours the other day and decided to make a bit of a fool of himself and create more of a unfortunate, abrasive situation than was necessary, and for that I wish to extend our apologies.
Alrighto. Apologies given. Was there anything else? I apologize for my brush. My brush, speech, but we have places to be today.
Certainly, I understand. If that is all, I wish to extend the apologies of those that will work with him. He can be a very headstrong individual and says very discourteous words at times. Which at this point, Allegan, you kind of become slowly coming down the steps, and you would see a Terra sitting at this table with this Asimar who has the symbol of Lathander across their chest. But I do wish to apologize for the way he acted towards your compatriot. Words were spoken, and even if they were meant between two compatriots or not or otherwise, they should not have been said, and he has been reprimanded as such.
Ursa, remind me, no one actually spoke to me.
No, not to you.
Okay.
And, what does that have to do with us in particular? Someone had a bad day. Leave it at that. Why go to all of this?
Because it does not do well to leave the possibility of lingering enemies either behind or in front of us. Unnecessary risks cause for unfortunate events, and we would much rather not leave those things behind us. The gods have a plan for us all, and I wish to ensure that the way forward for my compatriots is as clear as it can be.
Ooh.
Don't preach to me. The gods can go shove those apologies up their asses.
Teres, who is your friend?
Leaving.
Ah, indeed.
Yes, are you the individual known as Anakin?
Why do you ask?
I was simply sent to extend a serious condolences for the actions of one of my compatriots yesterday. Now that though that has been delivered, I shall take my departure. Good day.
Did Safi
They-
tell us what happened or no?
Nope.
No, we did not.
And it's interesting he's apologizing to you?
Yeah.
Indeed, I wish for you to wait a moment.
Of course.
Why are you apologizing to me? I have not interacted with you, or who is your associate that you're apologizing on the behalf of?
Shinjiro.
And he looks such as what?
He is apologizing for. I am apologizing for him after instructing him and my compatriot Lethea that they were ill-advised to intrude upon such a place of business and upon your personal spaces by attempting to follow whatever business that you had conducted with them, as well as also then the interaction that they had had with the with Raya afterwards.
Indeed. Because I don't think either of us, Terrace or Allegan, have heard that Raya or Safi have had interactions with them.
We didn't get the
Um,
chance to say anything.
All right. Indeed. May I advise the compatriots that you have that they stay far away from mine friends and myself. They are not welcome. So distance is advisable for all parties involved.
We will do as we can. I cannot guarantee, as the Thunder has a plan for me set in motion, that I will follow as best I can, and I cannot promise that will not may or may not lead us to the same locations or otherwise. So I cannot guarantee
What
such a
is
thing.
a priest of the Thunder doing with somebody like Letheid? I am surprised you would be what? Fortunately, I hope you are not beholden to someone.
I was sent as the request from both of his parents as well as also his mentor has made a request upon the church to escort Letheid and to ensure that he is protected upon during his travels and ensure that he has a better understanding of how to behave within the world.
Can I roll
Yeah.
insight on this as a whole?
Sure.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who has heard that language and was like, sus.
Yeah. This seems like a setup.
The vibes are off.
The vibes are atrocious.
Absolutely.
24.
24. You get the feeling that she's being, or at least they are being honest and forthright. That for them, that they were apparently hired or instructed by someone upper end within their church in order to accompany Letheid and lead him in the right direction.
Ateris is more curious about why they would apologize to Allegan rather than Raya if Raya was the one that they spoke to. And is suspicious of that considering Ateris knows that, you know, people were looking for Allegan.
Indeed. I have to ask why are you apologizing to me and not my compatriot?
You are the leader for them, are you not? You take responsibility for their actions.
No.
Spectacular.
I think
You are now,
Wow.
motherfucker.
I think at that point Okay.
No. It's more. Allegan is just quickly running through the logistics of what it would mean to be responsible for Safi. No.
Yeah,
I
be
mean,
responsible for Safi. Do it.
Are you the leader of your group? Is that why you are approaching us?
I am not. But I have been implied upon that my own leader that it is perhaps best for him to not be an antagonist to your group already, and as such I am a more diplomatic individual.
And who is the leader of your group?
Insofar, Lafayette is the one who is currently who's the backing of the individual that have put him technically in charge, but insofar we work together as a group.
Well, this was a interesting conversation. But
If you
we
do
are
not
very
wish, if
busy.
you would much rather I apologize to Raya directly, I am happy to wait here.
You'll stay
No.
away from him.
Very well,
I think
then
you
I shall
have
depart.
done enough. Please keep in mind for your party again to stay away.
Again, I
and-
cannot control happenstance, but I will inform them
You are
to
an advisor. Advise them to make the good choice.
which I shall. But again, I cannot promise happenstance encounters.
Indeed, and the consequences will be on them when they do so. Good day. And I'm just gonna like grab a terrace.
Elegant.
We gotta go.
If you are implying that you mean to threaten those under my protection, I would also advise you to be very careful as to where you step.
I didn't do any threatening. I just said consequences on them. I'm not
Of
responsible
course.
for them. You are. Isn't that
And
your job?
an individual of your personage is certainly one that has a public image that would be very well attached to other individuals.
Indeed, I think Lafayette has the same conundrum.
Quite,
Oh.
which is why I'm making this apology. And I hope that we depart as, if not friends or acquaintances, then at least the understanding of we mean no ill will to you and yours.
Good to know. I'm glad that you at least had that mindset.
Do have a lovely day.
Mm.
And they stand and
Just before they stand, Ateris is just going to sort of lean in towards them, sort of thing. Please inform the rest of your compatriots that the next time they wish to use one of my companions to track down another, there will be consequences, and that is a threat.
I love a terrace so much.
And that
they will
she's going to turn
and
around.
look at you. And they will turn to look at you and say, "Then the mother's eyes be upon you as well, Ateris." And they will depart.
The mother.
God dang.
Who is mothering? Who is she?
Oh, they're not a worshiper of Lathander.
Yeah, I
No.
don't think so.
Oh, when did we get raided?
Right.
Good. This is fine and safe. And nothing
Yeah,
ever
it's totally great.
nothing
Yeah.
bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
Yeah,
hell.
you just real casually made some threats.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Yeah, nothing ever bad ever happens to the Kennedys. Several things happen. Very bad things happen to the De Silvas. Okay.
Okay. Eventually, I'm guessing we all just meet up and
Yeah, well, it depends upon
Well,
do
down
Alec
low
and
on
Terrace
that.
go wake you up, or
Ateris is going straight back up there. She's not even knocking on the door. She's entering.
What the?
Mom mode engaged.
mom mode engaged.
Right,
Huh,
Raya
well.
kind of just
She enters in and she's just going to kick the legs of the bed because obviously the two are probably cuddled in together. Kick the leg of the bed to
God.
wake them up, and is standing over them, arms folded, tail swishing angrily as she glares down at them.
He's behind
What?
the stairs.
What did we
Hey,
do?
Hey.
When was it that you were going to tell us that you had a run-in with our least favorite party? Including a fucking Asima?
okay. So
You didn't tell them?
No, I didn't get the chance to tell them. But it was a cool shopping, and then we're getting Ateris ready for that, and then the fact that I you know what? How about we start from the beginning, okay? So let me explain, and then afterwards you can say whatever you gotta say.
And she's waiting.
Okay,
She's got the mum look on.
No. This is oh god. So what happened was when I accidentally scared off that musician, I went to chase after him. I managed to get him down and give him his fiddle back, but I didn't really notice that I ended up in front of the chased unicorn, and Shuro saw me before I saw him, and it was a bit of a conversation was had. I didn't tell him who I was with. I think he kind of made his. It was I need to
They
ask
were
how
well
you know about this.
aware.
I need to ask how you know about this, but I think I should probably finish my story. Okay. So, we had a bit of a pleasant conversation. Things were said. Just the usual back and forth, just few barbs.
Usual back and forth.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe he went went a bit on the deep end, reminding him that my parents were dead, but that's not.
Ateris's tail is
Shuro
swishing worse
is-
now.
Shuro is a prick, and for some reason, Raya keeps trying to delude himself that they are definitely still friends, even though he very clearly hates Raya. So he said some dick things. I dragged him the fuck away because if I didn't, I would start throwing claws.
I'm pretty sure me and Shura would have probably dueled right there. Probably would have lost again. Probably might have actually got a good couple of hits on him, but not neither here nor there. And a few things happen. We ended up going through there because going to raid. I ended up it was actually kind of the time when during then I actually ended up meeting the Siren friend again, and I think she took a little bit of my life energy. I forgot to talk about that too.
Okay. Maybe
okay,
we need to have a all cards on the table situation.
Okay, no. Okay, it's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is perfectly fine. It is not fine, but I lied to myself to keep myself from freaking
Right.
out. Okay.
New rule. None of you are now allowed out of fucking supervision.
No, okay,
they now
listen.
know exactly where Allegan is, and they have his face. They've confirmed, thanks to you, where he is residing. Does Elegant
I
still
think they
have
already
that,
knew
like,
that.
card?
Yeah.
Has he got it
Yes.
on him?
Say again.
Has he got it on
I
him?
still have it in my hand. Yeah. it's on
Yeah.
my
The
hand.
card is the one that was, and you can see that that it had that looks like the person probably like wrote their name on the card that was given to them from the from here itself. It's not one that's like their own personal like monogram card. Like
Okay.
a lot of like
We
taverns
need-
that one will say like, hey,
Wait.
they're
No,
At
I'm
Real
sorry.
quick Arcana check on that.
Still, though, Ateris is just going to be like, you need to destroy that. I know what you wizards are like. They'd probably be able to track that or something.
I'm just going to do a quick check on it, just because I am feeling extra paranoid now.
Wait a second.
What?
How did they know that me and Safi?
Because
partnered up
they've
with
been
you two.
watching us. They've
Indeed.
already,
All right.
they've
Real
already
quick,
killed
all
one
hands
of
on
your
deck.
blue-haired friends' birds. They've been keeping a very close eye on us.
Does anybody have anything else to share? I have only had the single run-in. That was of my own making. Paris, you've had a few. Has anybody else spoken to the rest of the group? And if so, which part?
He stays very quiet.
Ateris is staring at Safi.
make an insight check.
Ryan would
Ateris
make an
is
insight check too.
pissed. Not
Can I make an insight?
19, so
Damn.
24.
Oh no!
Jeez.
Old mom mode.
Oh yeah. I can
Hey,
totally
dude.
beat a 24. Me with my -3, yeah, I can
If
beat
you
a
roll-
24.
If you
You
roll a
got
natural
this, you
20,
got
it's
this.
an automatic success.
No, I
Yeah,
rolled
we
a
know.
14. I rolled a 14, so that's an 11.
I will let you message to a pterosaur and talk to a pterosaur as to what you think that they would.
I mean, he's absolutely holding on to something. He doesn't want to say something, and his tail is doing that little like
Twitch.
just like lying down on the bed, and just the tip of it is going tap 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 on the bed. He's not looking at anyone. Like, it's very fucking obvious.
I have
Safi.
no secrets.
Safi?
What?
Whether it be to the group or to myself, you need to tell me what is going on.
I ran into Lethead
Where? When?
at the
Yes,
rave last night.
Did I really just have a relatively helpful night out while the rest of you left unsupervised? She's
you-
like
okay,
pinching the bridge of
Honestly,
her nose.
Wait.
Safi just sort of tilts his head and is like, "Yeah, honestly, you kind of had like a really good night by the sound of it, and then the rest of us just had like a really rough fucking night."
I am
I-
never
and I'm
leaving
going
you
to
all
put my hand-
unsupervised again.
No,
I'm
no.
Hey,
Okay,
Paris,
wait.
I'm gonna put my hand on their shoulder and just be like, look. Do not blame Safi because Lethead went looking for them.
I
This
do
is
not
on
blame
them.
Safi for Lethead. I'm not blaming Safi for being cornered by some creep that is insistent on stalking us. I am blaming Safi for not wanting to tell us so that we can keep each other safe.
Look, it was just it was a conversation. It was
And
his
you
face
did
sort of
something?
scrunches up. His face sort of scrunches up. It was nice.
What?
I don't
Nice.
What?
Was it the
bar-
kind
the
of
bar-
conversation that
the-
I would have had in Avernus in order to keep myself alive.
Listen, the bar is in hell when it comes to, like, calling a conversation with him nice. I was able to actually talk to him, so it was nice.
What do
He's-
you mean by that?
Yeah, that's the phrasing is a bit weird.
DM? I don't know if I'm able to explain. Literally.
What a concerning sentence you've just uttered.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, I'm like thinking and it's like, wait, actually, hold on. Hold on, wait.
You would see Saffron like trying to talk, but the more they're talking in regards to the situation, or at least in terms of regards to about whatever they're trying to tell you about,
Can I roll
you
anything
see
on that?
Alan, you can go ahead and make an Arcana check.
I think-
Can I just make an assumption that
What-
this is the necklace, the
I
collar?
think at that kind of realization for a terrorist, the look on her face is going to soften a bit.
But sure, I'll make an Arcana check.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, what's my bonus? I believe it's a +8. Okay. Not great. 16?
16. This doesn't look like the collar thing. The collar thing, you get the feeling, was specifically in regards to whatever Saffron's stealing. This seems something deeper and more forced upon Saffron. Like, you could see that like their muscles are actively like clenching up and tightening.
Like he's trying to talk, but his throat keeps sort of closing on him.
Or like the muscles in their jaw tighten up around the lip.
Don't force yourself. It's only going to hurt you.
Would anybody like to explain with the class what the fuck is happening?
Sometimes when people put powerful, well, sometimes they're curses, sometimes they're deals, sometimes they're others. You cannot
Yes.
work. You cannot physically speak about what happened.
Out of curiosity, DM, would there be any place that, like, because obviously there are magic schools, magic is well known. Are there, like, places that you can report the misuse of magic? Out of curiosity.
In Faerun.
Magical
Oh.
snitch.
In
Magical
Faerun.
snitches in Faerun.
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
Borderlands,
if-
especially.
No.
Yeah.
Asking.
If that were the
Unfortunately
case,
not,
Norik would
that
be
I'm
out of the
aware of.
job.
The
Look, I stole
The-
organs. I know that I might be snitching on myself at the same time, but
Yeah,
I just have to
Wow.
ask.
there is very much so like kind of the ideas of there's regulatory bodies for like or like guards and similar, or for and like laws that are enforced by the town guard and like mayor and like some, but typically that ends up applying to unfortunately the common folk.
Yeah.
Ironically enough, there might be some in regards to that for like kind of the merchant guilds and similar in terms of like for mental manipulation and for enforcement, which is one of the reasons why the Traders Alliance has gained a lot of prominence in many recent years is because hence they're stopping the enforcement on the reduction of slavery, on actually trying to promote fair trade with like Collinport and Waterdeep in order so that actually like, hey, we're not getting people here aren't getting their prices gouged out of ridiculousness. In terms of like an actual like, hey, report this to the Magic Guild for unlawful practices, it's not the fact that they would get laughed out of the room. It's more about the fact, unfortunately, that it's unfortunately seen as a progression of magic in terms of trying to reclaim lost knowledge and sciences, particularly in regards to Netheril and the magics that were
Gotcha.
lost and forgotten with that. That many wizards would see it as a way of doing anything in terms of trying to reclaim some amount of the magic that has been knowledge that has been lost over the years, and the basic like
Gotcha.
fundamental understanding of magic. So unfortunately, like a lot of like magic these days, by in terms of like wizard users and similar, is seen a means to the end, a means to cause and create the greater good.
Gotcha.
Now, unfortunately, does that create a whole lot of despicable acts in the process? Yes, it does.
Huh.
Most of the time, people would go to like clerics and the different monastic orders in order to have spells that are afflicting them, if they had the money, or to removed, or rather lesser restoration, greater restoration, and similar. But that's about it. Like, unfortunately, people would say it's easier to just remove the affliction than deal with the root cause.
I have to make a check of whether Alligan is going to say anything, but...
And I can also get that religion check from you.
Oh, yeah, let me get that religion check.
Look,
15.
it's
There is one mother that you are very familiar with within the clergy of Lathander.
And
Oh,
that is?
God.
The matron.
Fucking burn bow. Why? Is she already dead and haunting me?
Oh, wait. Fuck.
Yeah.
No.
I can't. What?
The mother.
Yeah. The matron? I feel like
You're
we're
all
all knowing
saying-
about
y'all
this.
are
Our
saying
new
words.
Asima friend mentioned
Uh-huh.
the mother.
Yeah,
uh-huh.
it is concerning, yes.
Share with the class.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a clarification on this because I feel like we're all knowing about two different things.
They're both part of the Church of Lathander.
Yes.
This Asima knows the matron.
Yes. We have discussed that she is stalking me. I have a cat to prove it. I just don't know where that cat is right at this moment.
The Asima mentioned the mother.
Yeah, what was the exact phrasing on that statement, by the way?
The mother's eyes be upon you as well, Lateris.
Yeah, fuck that.
Terrace is pissed.
I would like to make a perception check for a cat, please.
Sure.
While are you doing that?
Another cat that is not the large orange one, but yeah.
Excuse me, I am currently lavender colored.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry,
I hate it.
Lavender.
I don't want to be this purple. I need to be free. I need to be orange again.
You're still sappy.
I'm just saffron
8.
flower colored.
8?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a city. There's lots of cats.
Fuck you, Ursa. Like heart, but also fuck you.
Okay, look. Conversation, it was had. I don't know what fucking game he's trying to play right now. Some fucking thing. I don't know. Look, he wanted to know what we were doing in town. That was kind of it. I didn't tell him anything, obviously. But he kind of just let me go, which was rare.
Suspicious.
A little odd. But
It is weird how concerned they are, and I'm curious if it has anything to do with that book.
Did you
I don't know.
above table? Did you say that he had some connection to what's his face that we suspect was stealing the kids?
Yeah, we did know that
Yeah.
they are connected.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's said previously that
Yeah.
Lethead is Halcyon's apprentice, or was at least. Don't know if it's current, but probably is.
If
Probably.
if
We've got a bunch of magic
they
kids.
are aware of who I am and who
Mhm.
you are, Allegan,
Mm-hmm.
and
They think we're investigating that.
they obviously know about Safi and Raya. Perhaps they are concerned.
Oh, they think we're investigating them for the kidnappings. Is that what you're thinking?
Perhaps not directly, but perhaps they're worried that with you out in the world, you may uncover some new truths.
Okay, that actually makes way more sense why they would be as concerned as they've been presenting themselves. Because I thought it was weird that they were like so on our ass about things, but that actually makes way more sense. Okay, so if they think we're investigating them for the crime of the kidnappings, either was Lethead at the school at the time that was happening? Or had he already been kicked out by then? Or do I need to roll a history check for that?
I'm just thinking how old the Theod is.
I think around Safi's age.
Yeah, so like just late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah.
So Lethead would probably have been at the school when he was early teens. So about 20 years ago. So probably would have been just around that same time period.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit before.
Is Lethead a wizard or a sorcerer? Remind me.
Wizard.
Or
Wizard.
do I know? Okay.
He's a wizard.
So he's not one of the bloodlines that what's-his-face was interested in.
Well,
do I know the... Yeah. Do I know who... Like, I obviously know Ateris' son was kidnapped. Do I have... Like, I don't know, fucking register of the kids that were kidnapped? Do I know who they were?
Not
Off the top
directly
of
off
my
your off the top of your head? No.
No. Okay.
That would be something that would be within your supplies at the college.
Great. Start sending another really apologetic letter to Sam.
We should be on our guard for the rest of the time we're here. I don't trust that they are leaving it at a simple apology, as was stated.
Yeah, it did seem very suspect.
I have literally been warning you guys this entire time that we should be staying away from these people. But no,
And-
no one listens to Safi until it's too late.
Atera's like looks straight at Safi. I was not the one that ran straight into them.
All right, and again, that was not their fault. If you have put any blame on anybody, it is with Lethead. Now, if they believe that we are investigating them for those crimes, it obviously means that they are either guilty of them, or they believe that we would find evidence of perhaps some other wrongdoing. What are the limitations on your ability to speak about this, Saffron? I know that obviously you can't say, but could you try to speak around the subject, perhaps? Find its walls, so to speak?
I don't really Hmm. Now, DM, we have talked about this.
You have talked about this, and you know that this is something that typically you just like to avoid the subject entirely.
Yeah.
We're
It's
not
not-
doing that.
It's not really something I can talk about, really. Explain
Alright.
in any way. And no, writing it down doesn't work either. Tried that.
That is a good well to know about at least.
Just keep me away from him. That's all. That's all.
That is the intention.
Then you
We'll
you
do
just
our
don't
best.
you don't gotta worry about it. That's it.
All right. Again, we will attempt, but I am unsure of how successful we will be.
Oh, I know. I foresee all of us at some point probably getting far more involved with this group than any of us want. And we're just gonna have to fucking live with it.
In the meantime, we can still keep each other safe. If that comes to that, we have each other's backs.
Mm-hmm. I want to know what Savvy knows.
I want to tell you so bad.
I know.
From now on,
Uh,
though, we do need to keep each other in the loop with this thing.
Yeah.
Sure.
So,
All right.
To the best of my abilities. He gives like a really sort of half thumbs up and it's like, eh.
what do we
By this
have
point,
on
it's
our
probably
books
about-
today?
It's right now. It's about 9:00 in the morning.
Would I know what time Fulgrim is getting in?
You have no idea.
I would appreciate if we could spend some time near the docks today. I'm expecting someone.
Would I know that you're expecting Fulgrim?
Yeah, I
Have you
think she
told
would've-
us?
I think she would have
Okay.
told, at the very least, Allegan.
Right, so Doc for what?
Fulgrim.
Oh. You the baby daddy, right? Or
Indeed.
is that someone else? You got like so many fucking people in your life, and I do have to write it down just to keep up with it.
It is
So
a
is this like a new
development, trust
person?
me.
Do I need to? Oh wait,
This
wait, it's a new
is-
develop. Wait. He pulls out a notebook, starts writing shit down.
Fulgrim is, as you so kindly put it, the baby daddy. She is still pinching the bridge of her nose, but the tail is not swishing angrily anymore.
Sappy's just nodding along, just
Uh-huh,
enthusiastically writing things down. Just
He did swing by our house to pick up my blade that I left. So, I have some questions for him as well. It is important. He deserves to know what is going on. Perhaps he will have insight given his career. On more things than one. She's going to sort of glance over at Raya.
Raya has been silent the entire time.
Actually, that
And-
reminds me. No, sorry, go.
Actually, fuck it. I'm gonna roll deception right here.
Oh,
Just see
Roll
how
like
just
shit.
see how hard
Roll
just
like
see
shit.
how hard how easy how well he's able to hide what he's feeling right now. Well, thank you. It's like, thank you very much. That's a 6. So what is my deception?
Yippee!
Yeah, that's a 9. That's a 9.
Yeah,
Deception.
my passive insight passes that, buddy.
Same.
Raya's an open
Raya?
book to his friends.
yeah.
Hey, buddy. Your turn.
The moment Raya looks up, his face for the entire time he's kind of been looking down, but when you look up, there's just this look of absolute scorn and hatred that just crossed his face. And then he realizes that he's been half listening the entire time, and he's like, and it goes back to him. I'm like, huh? What? I'm sorry. What was that? We were going to the docks, right?
Do you want to-
Actually,
again?
you two would probably... All three of you actually would probably enjoy meeting Fulgrim.
Mm,
Curiosity, have
Okay.
have we met?
You've
well, no,
never
because-
met Fulgrim.
Yeah,
Because this was
I've
before.
just heard stories.
This was from before the fall.
The before times.
And as
Uh.
much as I am mildly concerned at the chaos it may bring, I would appreciate having some companionship there because he hasn't seen me since.
Yes.
Before.
Should we talk about that beforehand?
And what? That I am, no longer a paladin, or the more obvious, she like motions towards herself, the more obvious change.
I'm going with the more obvious change that not everybody knows about.
Oh, you weren't like always like this.
Avernus was a lot. Those of us within the Hellriders who were not already of infernal blood were punished by Zariel. I was Elven originally.
Shit.
is the guy you're meeting shallow or something?
No.
No, he,
Then
well, it's
Then
not
what
so much, it is not so much him that I am facing as far as my change goes.
My
You're
concern
still-
is that
I'm sorry. You go first.
my concern was that we are trying to give the opportunity for everybody not to keep secrets, and I thought that that might be a larger one that we might want to hold from.
Yes.
From what I've been understanding, how you talk to them, he loves you, right? Or something.
She,
Or at the very least, he cares.
She's going to
He cares very
look.
deeply about you.
she's going to look over at Allegan. Allegan has read the letter he sent back.
Allegan,
Hmm.
is he down bad?
Yes.
All right, then it's
That
like
is such a simple
and it's like-
answer. I love it.
then Raya just
Amazing.
looks over at it. Then Raya just looks over at Terrace like, then why are you even worried about that? It's
Because-
obvious that he loves you.
She's going to like sit down on the bed next to Raya. And he's actually going to look a little bit sheepish at this point. And my son came from a one-night stand. I have not seen Fulgrim since.
He's going to
And-
get a bit of a surprise.
And you think that will change anything? From what I'm
It's
understanding,
more
and
that
this
I
is just,
have to break the news that our son has been kidnapped.
then you face that. It's less-
She's going to look
it's
at Allegan
terrace,
a
a terrace.
little bit for help. It's
a t- a, a, t-
It's a
a
lot.
terrace. A terrace. Listen. It's like if I had the chance to meet with someone that I hadn't stopped thinking about in forever. Come what may, at the very least, I would try to understand what's going on, and I would cherish that I got to meet that person again.
at the very least,
Yes.
what will come from this is hopefully a very strong ally for us all.
And that's good.
I am
And if he
I
decides,
am concerned about what your opinion is going to be once you meet him.
I do not think we need
listen,
to worry about that. I'm
if it's
more
like,
worried
listen,
that he's
if
going to try
you're-
to join the crew.
and if he makes you cry, I could just go ahead and sneak up behind him, and I'm very good at garroting someone with my tail.
Oh, Terrace looks at Allegan again because Allegan knows.
Don't think that will be a
I never
Well,
said I
as
would be
much as they-
successful.
I know it's less about I do not think that will be
Fulgrim is
something
not.
to dissuade him.
You know what? Why don't we just
I think we should just meet him.
meet him? You'll understand then.
Alright.
All
Sounds good.
Then at this point in time, as the day starts, so it is about 9:30 by this point in time. So where would you all like to head within the day? You do have that
When is
Uh,
brunch and where is brunch?
brunch. Brunch was 11:30, which, if I remember, the cafe was the Tickled Peach down on the docks itself.
Okay, cool.
Correct.
So we're gonna be in the same area.
So you have about an hour and a half until you were supposed to meet Trollgor there for
Okay.
brunch. We can
Fulgrim
go
and
over now into
Frolga.
more of
We're just giving you all of the F names.
Indeed. And we can also go into kind of a bit more upbeat modern day and like daytime
Yeah.
music.
Now that we're no longer.
Now that there's no longer anything serious going on. So at this point in time, as you'll kind of head out from the building, from the Whitewater at this point in time, the day itself, it is the market is in full swing at this point in time. You can see now the different sounds of people chatting, milling about, you can see people moving around with different purchases, so like here and there. It's a fully upbeat and swinging in full force. So, you have an hour and a half. What would you like to do?
Ateris is
Ooh,
keeping
uh,
a sharp eye out for Fulgrim's ship.
Fair enough. Are you heading down to the docks? Are you going around to make purchases this morning day? Would you like to partake in a couple of the games while you have some opportunity and time?
I just really quickly want to check on my family because that is a concern that I have now that we are actively being stalked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. So you all head to the inner marketplace.
I want to check on my mom.
I want to check
Oh,
out on our kid.
Yeah, that
Fair enough.
too.
So you'll yes, go ahead.
Oh no, just I was gonna say, while we're walking, I'm gonna check in on Raya because that was seeing him pissed is something pretty fucking rare.
Yeah.
And Safi would have clocked that and just he was going to make a joke at Allegan of like, haha, you're being replaced. But then he was just like, wait, no, my friend is kind of going through something, so I'm gonna check in on him.
Fair enough. So the two of you are kind of drifting back a little bit to speak as you're all walking into the in and around the market itself.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I also really quickly wanted to say that I was going to check Raya health-wise just to make sure that like there wasn't any like lingering side effects.
Do you ask Ryan to do that?
Raya, can I make a medicine check? Or well, yeah, can I make a medicine check? D&D, break the fourth wall. His nose just starts to bleed. But I bother you for just a moment
yes,
before we leave to make sure that you are all right.
I think I still have memory issues, so yeah. Oh, you were talking about the other thing. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
The
Go ahead.
part where yeah. I will just real quickly look him over both arcanely and medically.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll do medicine first. It's a 19.
19. There's definitely that kind of that very slow boom boom.
It's
Boom boom.
it's back.
Well, it hasn't gone away. Like you definitely know, like ever since like it was first revealed to you, your heartbeat hasn't changed back or been disguised over at this point in time now, because the enchantment is no longer as strong because it was separated and broken from you. So like while your appearance may look the same, now the fact that your compatriots are aware of it, they are certainly can recognize the fact that your heartbeat is distinctly slower, just overall and in general, than what is typically a normal individual would have. Aside from that, it's interesting. Like, there's a little bit of like looser flesh along, kind of like the underneath of the arms, like kind of around this, like a little bit around the kind of the stretching of the face. They definitely look a little bit like there's a little bit of lost muscle definition, but they seem fairly healthy otherwise.
Okay. I just do like a couple like reflex checks. Checking on the various like reactions. I'm just trying to basically mechanically, this is me checking to see if there's anything other than his constitution that's been altered.
Nope. Doesn't. Everything else seems normal.
All right. Well, it's not good, but it's not as bad as it could be.
Story of my life.
Then go make an Arcana check.
I made that. That was a 14.
14. As far as you can tell, it seems about the same itself. Nothing appears different or out of the ordinary as to what it had been previously. It seems very much so like whatever the siren did to them is something that is physically affecting them, and it's not like a magical effect that's just been placed upon them.
Well, the good news and bad news. The good news is, other than a slight weakening of your health, you are otherwise mostly fine. The heart is about the same as he kind of like pulls down the stethoscope out of his ears and is like packing away his medical bag again. The heartbeat is the same, which is not good, not bad. Doesn't seem to be causing you any issues, but it might be something we want to keep an eye on. Unfortunately, this is not something I am adept at fixing at the moment, and can I just recommend that you stay far away from any more sirens?
This, I don't think you or I have any choice about that. But I'm pretty sure if we can at least get to Newark before I'm completely a living husk, I'm pretty sure I'll be fine.
Put that evil into the world.
Listen, listen, I'll be fine. And besides, it's not me that I'm too worried about.
What are you worried about then? If not yourself.
Rye just gives this very weird smile and just like, don't worry about it, Doc.
Is this like me when I was saying, don't worry about it, I'm just going to stay at home, and then I ended up bringing a couple unwanted guests home?
A bit of column A, a bit of is like a bit of column B, a bit of something is like there's a little bit of what was left in that room just coming with him, like coming back up to the surface, but he doesn't. It's not anything serious.
Okay.
I assure you, it's nothing serious.
Struggling to trust anybody in this party when they say that.
All right.
Marvel, stop, okay? Let me
Cat
lie to our
attack.
party.
I love that you're
Attack.
getting attacked while I'm getting aggressively slept on.
All right. So
Aggressively slept on. What an
Marvel
interesting
is
term.
getting at me while I'm trying to. It's like, well, I'm trying to draw, but I'm trying to strike while the iron's hot because of this session.
Fair enough.
Every
Valid.
time I move my hand to do something on for the stream, Turnip like grabs my arm and like holds me tightly
arm.
with her claws so that she could get cuddles.
oh baby.
Little,
Alright.
little lad.
So, the group has then departed out from the Whitewater Inn and headed into the market itself proper. Saffron, Rai, if there's any discussion the two of you would like to have now, or if you
Yeah,
want to
just
wait.
just a quick little check-in of just like, hey, you were sort of in your head earlier, and you looked pretty pissed. You good?
I'm guessing that you're probably gonna push until you figure out what's going on.
Safi just looks away. He's doing this like awkward thing with his arms, gestures at himself, gestures at you, and then gestures at the both of them, and it's just like, yeah, obviously. What?
Okay. All right, just promise not to get mad or freak out. These are just my thoughts. Okay?
I can't promise shit. Don't make me promise to react to something when I don't know what it is. I will give an appropriate response depending on what information is presented. Now talk.
So, I guess if I could say it plainly,
Lethade is now a person that I cannot forget. Not even if I
Iced tea.
try. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, well. Welcome to the club.
And my immediate thought is is if he sets his room for wards at night, what what his rounds are during here, if he's good at casting up barriers from attacks from out of nowhere, exactly where I need to hit to make sure that he stops breathing or at the very least stops speaking. Even petty things like he takes out the hat. I would like to give him a choice about whether he has to wear the hat or walks around the rest of the place bald. I don't know why. I'm pretty good. I hate the way that he walks, the talks, the way that he dresses.
Every aspect.
His robes, whack.
whack.
His spells, whack.
No, it's like I get to promise. It's like I get to promise. I guess I get to promise you a few things if we meet. If we have the misfortune of meeting again, and he's not stupid enough to shut me up, I will never get his name right for as long as I live. And if I ever hear any sort of magic words from him, Raya holds up his book. I wonder how much he would be able to, how much pain would be if he tries to speak after us. This little spine goes right here, and he just gestures right to his throat.
Just book to the throat.
Book to the throat.
Book to the throat.
Raya doesn't just dislike Lethayad because of Lethayad. This is like that jealous, petty hate.
It is.
I'm so here for it.
Look, that's sweet. It's really, really sweet of you. I just
No, listen. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
yeah.
We just gotta find a way to. He apparently does bullshit with his words. I'm not gonna lie. That staff of clucking is starting to become more and more appealing each time I think about it now.
There is a little bit of a smile on Sappy's face.
No, but, yeah, no,
that
okay,
would be bad.
but for real, if I remember exactly how Norg managed to sneak past wards. I could probably just go in, just make a little snip here and there. I want someone to look at him. He has to go somewhere, and he's just like, I'm sorry. We're just gonna have to go full bald right here. I know it will probably tear him up for considering if you're right about how vain he actually is. I just want to hurt him in ways that can't be easily fixed. Physically is easy.
Bold. You live with that.
Ball.
No.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But listen, maybe I'm being too hopeful or something, but just that last conversation I had with him, it wasn't, I don't know, maybe he was like trying to get into my head about like he's trying to be better and stuff like that. I don't know, but
people like that don't get better. They get worse. They just get smart about how to not be better. So
Yeah, well. Just don't immediately go for threats, because those threats might just be instantly turned back on you, and
who
Be
said anything?
more
Who said
dangerous.
anything about? Who said anything about threats? It's like I don't threaten people. I'm just very happy about it. It's like hell. I can even just be absolutely pleasant about it. I mean, that was him in the window, right? I could just go ahead and just say he looks absolutely great. If only more people were confident to look like that when they come out of bed.
There
There we
no, that would
go.
fuck him up. That would fuck him up.
There,
Alright.
there we go.
I don't want you tearing yourself up over him. That's just him winning. So we'll be fine. We just gotta stay the fuck away from them. Do it
Yeah,
best of our abilities.
yeah. Don't worry. But it's not just anyone, Safi. It's you. He doesn't mess with you. I won't mess with him. That's all.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah,
Come on.
Okay, I'm going. Anyways, about those mimosas, should we like eat something beforehand so we don't actually get drunk? Because I'm not entirely sure if you're actually going for mimosas or if we're gonna be day drinking.
Hey, I'm fine either way.
Of course you
There
are.
are
Yeah.
various number of different like food stalls and similar in about and around the about the marketplace. So it's certainly easily possible in order to kind of get like morning breakfast pastry buns or like caramel apples or like small
I'm assuming
pies.
okay, so we're heading to Allegan's like family house, right?
Yeah.
Not family house, but family stall. Yes.
Family stall, yes. Yeah, so very much just because of Terrace's words, we're definitely like all clinging together more than we probably would have before.
Terrace is keeping a close eye that y'all don't fall too far behind.
Head is on a swivel just to see if there's any sadly familiar faces.
Make a perception check.
Can I also do that? I want to keep an eye out for anything seemingly to follow us.
Sure.
14.
18.
18. Okay. Nothing catches like particularly the eyes of either of you two. It's just a very busy market day. You'll know that there's a couple different things that you'll have planned for different reasons or another. I know that there's still like kind of the mounts that Terrace wanted to look at some point in time. There was the possibility of going back and getting something from the dwarf at the Goldstoker's acquisitions, but insofar it appears to be a fairly normal-ish morning. There are a few couple clouds within the sky itself, but aside from that, it's nothing too out of the ordinary.
Let's go to the stall.
All right.
Let's go to
Allegan's
the stall.
fam.
May I
make your way to the-
request-
Happened to my mom.
May
Yes.
I request that
request.
we very, very briefly stop at like a pastry stall on the way, and a Terrace will buy breakfast, not only for us, but for the family as well.
Aw.
Yeah. You can either stop by a cafe or you can stop by one of the breakfast stall itself.
Just one of the like
prefer-
stalls, something quick.
Sure. There would be probably there would be one that you'd see that would actually be kind of like a small street stall where you that you'd see again at this point in time. Appears to be folding and making fresh egg, like fried egg sandwiches with with
Ooh.
sizzling ham and bacon. That they kind of like fold together, and then they actually dip the whole sandwich into a fryer, and then pull it out with the whole sandwich now like nice and crispy.
Oh,
Ooh,
Christ.
Hell
I
yeah.
will. I'll grab a
Yeah.
bunch of those for us all. How much would that save
With
there?
cheese or without cheese?
With
With
you gonna fry
cheese.
something and not add cheese?
Obviously.
Total, each one would be like a silver piece. So how many you want to buy with that?
How many of us is there? 4 plus family. So 8.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Keep in mind that Allegan's younger sister probably eats enough for 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll grab 10 just to be
Gains,
safe.
muscle gains.
I will grab 10 to be safe, just because I also know that Aloe also eats a ton.
All right, so simple. You pay a gold piece over, and very quickly, you can see the kind of flipping, folding different eggs and like into it itself, and folding cheese in the interior itself, and very quickly like and pulling out and like having these like fresh fried egg, ham, and cheese sandwiches, like all popped out, hiding ready. The cheese nice and kind of melty and gooey, and
Sounds
like-
amazing.
like great, like it's
Mm.
like perfect like stretched cheese at that point in time, and just it's salty, fatty, like a little like protein. It's like very like perfect hangover food.
Perfect food after the night and morning we've had.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
carbs, it's salt, it's fat, it's protein.
And then-
But yeah, so you're able to get some of these hot sandwiches and head over. The marketplace is definitely crowded, but it's not. It's not like comparison to yesterday, where there's the announcement of like, "Hey, let the fair begin." There's definitely people moving around the middle. It's fairly packed and crowded, but they're more kind of dispersed out throughout the city itself at this point in time. So, all sorts of various different shops. But the marketplace is still crowded. Even coming up to Allegan's family stall at this point in time, you can see that there's probably about a good 4 or 5 people that like are actually buying textiles, and then there's one individual that your mother looks like they're in deep conversation with over like kind of like debating between different prices of like large bulk shipment order. Which,
Oh.
as you were posting, you would see like she gonna like break into a smile and wave and say, "Kind moment," and then kind of return to her conversation.
We'll wait patiently as I wave like some of the sandwiches that we've gotten.
All right. Which at this point the finish, probably about 3-4 minutes goes by. But the first one at this point to kind of wrap things up is Ateris. You feel a sudden just kind of like grasp and clingingness to your side as you like Allie kind of like comes out of the crowd, like carrying what looks to be a couple of different, just like crate at this point in time, like sits out the side and just like wraps you in a hug.
Ateris will hug her back with a handful of sandwiches. Good morning. Good morning. We bought breakfast. Are you being helpful?
Food.
Ateris will hand 2 of the sandwiches to Aloe.
And you can see that Jimmy just like doesn't like still like holds onto you with one arm, but takes one of the sandwiches and just like starts eating while like wrapping around you. Just, ow, ow, ow.
Have you been having fun?
It's boring. I have to lift so much stuff.
Don't worry. The key is, and she's gonna like lean in almost conspiratorial. The key is to look at each of these people and just, imagine what their lives are like. Imagine the silly little things they get up to.
But you told me that I can't look at you can't like look into their heads and see that.
That's what you make it up. It's more fun that way, trust me. People are boring. It's more fun when you imagine things.
And she kind of like peers it around, like kind of looks at Saffron, just like kind of peers. It's like, and then just kind of breaks into a grin and giggles. And
Oh no.
What
no.
did you?
What is
Oh,
this
no.
started?
What have I done?
Uh-oh. What have you done? And why did Sappy have to be the first victim? No!
and she continues like eating her sandwich at the point in time. It's like, hi, it's good to see you. It's only been gone a day, but it seems like much longer.
It's been busy. It's been very busy.
Good busy, bad busy, smash things busy.
Little column A, little column B.
No smashing things yet, unfortunately.
Did you open up another guy? And they're looking at Allegan with this.
God.
No.
A
Not
fucking
today.
liar. You're lying to your own child?
Wait, when
That's
did we
fucked.
open a man up?
You just sound like you're lying.
I was about to say, I was like, hold on a second. Have I done that?
I'm
Um,
gonna speak it into existence.
Well,
I
can
mean,
you
it's
like
only a matter
can
of
you
time.
teach me how to do it next time? You did it too fast the other time.
Oh, yeah. I do not know if Mama would be okay with that, but if he says it is all right,
If she says what is okay, and Anishka is gonna come over by this point in
uh,
time, and
nothing. We were not doing anything
we
ever.
bought breakfast.
why do I not believe you?
Because you
You
are
shouldn't.
paranoid, and honestly, you should get that looked at.
I am right to be paranoid. Considering they're those sandwiches. Oh, please give me one.
Sandwiches are
Okay, I'd
shared.
never do anything.
Anishka will quite literally take two sandwiches, and the first one is gone. She's like chomp, chomp, chomp. The second one slower. By this point in time, then Elliot's eldest sister comes over, and his mom finishes up the conversation, and she comes over and mein Liebchen, and grabs you up in a hug as well.
Oh, I will pass her
You get
sandwiches.
sleep. You look tired.
I have not been the best, but that is all right.
I
I will
understand.
get
It's
some-
busy time. Market
Indeed.
has been good so far to us.
That is good. What? I do have a question for you, Mama, and I want you to try your best to see if you remember. An individual who was shifty and not trustworthy. Blue hair, or perhaps a kitsune.
No, it's not, if you're saying shifty individuals, that's most of the different merchants I speak with, but for if blue hair, I've seen a white furred one off around, but no one's come to the store.
Okay. If they do bad for business, don't worry about getting.
Oh,
involved.
you worry too much, my name Shin.
This one is a particularly bad person. Let's not bad academically.
You
bad.
hear Terrace, you would hear Anishka mutter, worse than you.
Ooh.
A terrace is
Damn.
going to speak up at that. Far worse.
But actually, I need to speak with Anishka. If I may have a moment of your time.
You can see like her mouth is like open, and like the sandwich like half lifted. She's like, "Why? What do you want me to do?"
Come here for a moment. I'm gonna pull her off to the side.
She shoves the rest of the sandwich into your face and like wipes it on your shirt.
Ew, disgusting! You're
Disgusting.
Siblings.
So gross. So just
You
like
can
wipe
just
it
wave
off.
it away, can't you? Magic things? Is that
I
what you
do
do?
that. I absolutely do that.
See, it's no problem.
You're gross. Fine. Look,
I am taking advantage of the situation as you attempted so well to try and teach us.
I'm so glad that is the part you picked up. Look, and I'm just going to like whisper this to her. I need you to do me a very big favor. This is incredibly important, Anishka. No funny
Make a
business.
persuasion check.
Okay. Persuasion's pretty good. It's a +1. It's a 12.
Yeah, great. That's
Well.
let's see what you got.
Like for the first time in a while, like she kind of that puts away that disapproving look and actually looks at you very intensely, seriously. It's like, all right, what?
Those individuals I told Mama about, they may have something to do with the disappearances at the school. They are very bad people, very dangerous. And unfortunately, because we cross paths and they know who I am and where I
And
work.
you worry that they come to us because we know you.
Indeed. And they think that I might be investigating
should
them.
dealing with magic.
No, these are people who are bad to begin with. And as soon as they saw Terrace and myself, they immediately thought that we might be investigating them with all of the happenings.
Do you know that for certain? Or is this another of your hunches?
No. We know that he was the apprentice. We do not have proof yet, but we know who took the kids.
I understand. If you know that, that's fine.
Anishka,
But I
they
mean, do
used
you know they are
me.
actively searching for you because
Anishka.
that's what they think of for you? I can understand now. I'm
used-
thinking at this point of time into whether or not if it's best for me to tell my mom to
Anishka,
leave.
they used me to get to the children. Leave whatever else we have at the door. This is more important.
Because you are not
Yes.
safe enough.
I was never safe, but I am less safe now, and at the same time more safe than I ever could be. Ateris is smart. Saffron is incredibly capable. Raya is a bit goofy, but he knows his shit. This is...
I mean, you are not safe with those around you.
Look. And I'm going to pass her, like, solid descriptions of everybody in the party we've met so far. So, Heraclin, Letheid, what's the kitsune's name? I have him in my notes.
Churro.
And his, Letheid's master, who is...
Halcyon.
Halcyon. Names, descriptions, everything to my sister. I need you to pass this along to Sam and the rest of the college. Do not tell anyone else at this time. They could be in danger. Not the church, not anybody. Do you understand me? If anybody knows that I am using this, anybody knows that we even suspect
You do not
this.
trust the members of my own order to try and help protect
No!
my own family.
Because one of them might be involved.
Not gone with the others that you have a bias against in terms of like.
No, not
the
gone.
others
I know that the clerics talk. You are very fond of reminding me. I am not worried about Gond. I am worried about some of the individuals associated with Lathander. So, we need to be very quiet about this, very careful about this. So I need you to pass this information to Samuel, and then we go, okay?
And why do you not tell him yourself?
He's mad at me.
Can't you message him?
I cannot message him from this far away. but I could send a letter, but that is significantly less secure. I am worried about this information falling into the wrong hands, but I can trust you. I know I can. You are my sister, and you might be a pain in my ass, but you are a good person, and I trust you with this.
Make an insight check for me.
Oh no. Okay. This was a fear I didn't have beforehand, but I do now. That's a 24.
24. You can see she's really wrestling with this idea that now that she she agrees with the idea of of protecting family, but in terms of not telling the other churches, he's fine with that. But then passing on information at this point in time, you get this feeling that she's worrying about putting the family in line of fire because she's a messenger to. She doesn't because she didn't know necessarily as to who would be watching the college or otherwise. And you get the feeling that while she is willing to, she's also very unsure that if someone else then is watching the college or her otherwise then goes after the rest of the family.
If I could ask anybody else, I would. I would not want to put Mama or you or Elkie in danger. But I can't trust anybody else with this. Please.
That's always more trouble than you're worth. Fine.
I'm exactly as much trouble as I am worth, which is a lot. Now, will you help me?
Yes, I will help you. I don't like it, but I will.
Good. All right. And I will finish passing along all the information and tell them to talk to Samuel as well as the headmistress.
While Allegan has been doing this to the side as a way to stop Mama trying to eavesdrop or listen in, Ateris has mentioned that Allegan went to a party with Saffron and Raya last night.
Why would you do this?
Because
Yes!
it is going to
Yes!
stop her from eavesdropping.
And
Phenomenal.
It was a calculated decision.
And Elgin's mom is like, "Oh, he actually was very much ecstatic the fact that her baby boy actually got out and was there interacting with other people and not being locked up the whole time, and that he's making new friends and."
I hate you so much. I can't believe you've done this.
It was a calculated
so
thing. I'm trying to give you some time to talk to your sister.
I appreciate it, but I can't believe you've done this.
And then she would look at it and says, "Did you not go? Allegan went with the other two?"
I had a business meeting.
Oh, but what were you speaking about? Is that your normal work? That was you were being inquired about?
Yes, the group of us have been hired to retrieve something of some importance for a nobleman.
Oh, well, it's good luck then. I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you, Mama. She's going to she's going to turn and slip a single platinum into Aloe's hand. Now, do not spend all of this at once. Mama.
You can see her eyes widen, and you can just vaguely hear, you can hear her whisper, "I could buy so many pies with this."
Do not spend it all at once. Get yourself something nice. And then she'll turn back to Mama and like hand 2 more platinum. Please make sure that she does actually get herself something nice. And like,
Of course.
just gonna offer Mama some pocket money allowance for Aloe.
No. She will work. She will earn her wage. She's being paid for her time here.
But still, mother is mothering.
Mother is mothering.
Fair enough. By this point in time, then the rest of the. But it seems like so far that they are in fairly safe by comparison. And as Alec and Aneshka come back, and Aneshka, you can definitely see has kind of like a deep furrowed thought across her forehead.
Well,
Really need her to not fuck this up.
was there anything else we needed to take care of here?
No.
So
Out of character, no, I don't think so.
All right. Then you'll have a brief kind of finishing up conversation, and you can see that there are people who are kind of beginning to line up behind your group as you've had finishing up this conversation. And as then your mother then returns to like gives you one last big hug before she shoos you off. It's like you're in the way of business.
All right. We will head out once more.
All right, and I think we will take a break there as you all depart, and it's probably about 10 o'clock at this point in time. So you still have in about 45 an hour. You have an hour before you need to be down at the docks.
Okay.
All right.
And then we'll pick up here. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, everyone.
woo!
Wait.
Yeah.
Yay!
Okay.
Why did I decide
What-
to do this to myself?
Just as a reminder for any of you hanging out and waiting for us to return, please go consider checking out Boneless's music on Spotify, Music and Tings. He is the one that did our official soundtrack, and he's got a bunch of other really good music there. So enjoy. we return.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all watered, dewatered, stretched, hydrated, and all the fun stuff, including the rest of my
Dewatered?
compatriots. Dewatered.
Dewatered.
Hey, listen, dewatering. It's a fact.
It is. It is indeed a fact.
It is a thing you can
But everyone has remembered to stretch, wiggle their legs, and do their wrist
do. I will wiggle
exercises
my
and all that.
legs.
Yep.
Yeah.
But all
Current
right.
your joints if you need to.
So, as you all then take by this point in time, as you've all now had a brief and yet important discussion with Allegan's family, you'll take a step away at this point in time and make your way back out through the marketplace itself. You're still about in 45 minutes, an hour or so before you need down at the Tickled Peach down on the docks itself. So, what would you like to do?
Can I see Fulgrim's ship at all?
You cannot currently.
Okay.
Whether you don't know if that's just because buildings in the way or it's not in yet, but insofar, you cannot at least see any recognizable sign of his vessel.
Terrace will keep an eye out for that.
Okay. But yes, so you have a couple different options. There's the possibility of going and making acquisitions from Goldstoker, from going visiting perhaps well,
The
I don't know
chicken
if
one.
Ryan the chicken one. I don't know
Yeah,
if Raya and Saffron have yet informed the rest of the group as to the occurrence in the early hours of the morning. as
Oh.
yet.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah,
we
that's
would have
something
covered
we had-
that.
We had to cover that, yeah.
When we
Yeah,
were when Terrace was interrogating
Telling all of our
everyone
secrets.
for
Exactly.
untold secrets.
Yeah. So, by the way, I hope you're not still mad, but Safi did hear something, and considering that we can't leave anyone alone, we had to check it out. So, don't ever go to a bakery called the Cap Peaks. What was it, Twin Peaks?
Stiff
Nope.
peaks.
The Stiff Peaks. There we go. Don't
Have
ever go to a
Did you tell Terrace this before or after we met with Allegan's family?
Before.
You know
It
what?
would have been before.
Ah, dang it! It would have been very funny. I was just like, oh yeah, there's
My
something I
main
forgot to
reason
tell
for
you.
my main reason for asking if it was before or after is because Aloe specifically said she wanted to buy so many pies.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
oh no.
Oh.
And so I need to know.
Oh.
Tell you what, D.
No. Huh?
Roll me a d20.
Oh, okay.
If it's 11
It's a
or
15.
above, 15. Then you did tell out to Terrace beforehand.
Okay.
Terrace would have informed Aloe not to go to that specific bakery.
Okay.
Don't ever go to the DashCon, kid. Don't ever go to DashCon. Just God, where the fuck is?
Wait, what about DashCon 2 though?
No.
No.
Y'all.
No.
Y'all, I want to go to it so bad. It's literally happening in Toronto. I want to go so bad.
Do it,
I
do
want to go so
do
bad.
it.
See, at least you're not paying then for travel.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways.
Do it and vlog it.
Anyways, where would you like to go? There are places abound here within. You can choose to play some of the different games that are here within the marketplace itself. You can go check out the trebuchet competition. You can go to investigate Stiff Peaks. You can go to the
Chicken one.
Goldstoker.
Chicken
You can go.
one. I have a one-track mind.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
we're
can
doing the
tell.
chicken raw. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do the chicken raw.
Alrighty, chicken wand it is. Okay, so you'll like make your way. Actually, just to see, can someone go ahead and roll me a d20?
I learned
Sure.
last one. Someone else do it.
I will. I haven't for a while. 4.
Or there's nothing of consequence that occurs during your time, at least like nothing of
What?
significant consequence. 4's not low enough, and
Does anything ping my passive perception, or do you want me to be rolling active perception? Because I'm still keeping an eye out for any trails.
I just currently you do not have anything. Nothing does pick off your passive perception. I will also say that this is like the primary area in which you would also, if you were interested in like looking to purchase a mount, that would be within the kind of the main center marketplace. But you are heading back to Goldstoker Acquisitions.
Yeah.
Heading up to the place.
Purchasing a mount is something that I would be doing on the last day of the fair, I think.
Gotcha. Okay, so heading to Goldstoker Acquisitions, make your way through the various different sidewalks and like small streets. Eventually, you're able to arrive to the same kind of like this two-story building that has like all different gold trim, the black slate tile roof, the definitely kind of the reeking of wealth of presentation from this spot, and you have a very much so. You can currently see that the door is marked, that the sign in front of the door is marked open. But currently inside, you can see Hendry in talks with looks to be a couple of different individuals, none of whom you recognize.
Thank fuck.
All right, in we go. Let's get that wand, and I want to get some
Did you say
other
indigo?
thing.
In we go.
What?
In we
In
go.
we
I'm
go.
sorry. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm hearing things now.
All right, so you'll head inside, and it's like, now these are fine craftsmanship. It's like, oh, welcome back, and knew you would return. Just go peruse the shelves, and I'll be with you all in just a moment. Now, as I was saying, these are fine craftsmanship, known to be able to spark lightning and thunder and cause the body itself to ignite with all sorts of different flowing electrical energy. As he looks to be like talking, speaking to a taller gentleman, looks to be fairly young and like probably in his late teens. You can see like dressed in plate armor that doesn't quite fit him fully.
Oh no.
Youngest individual, probably like kind of this sandy-ish hair at this point in time. Very tall, probably hasn't like fully come into his full musculature quite yet. And along with him looks to be a kind of a slightly shorter, blonde-haired woman, like eyes like kind of fair, mostly close to the point in time of the way. It kind of has a slight bluish cap off to the side and like holds a staff. While in along next to them looks to be a halfling individual, kind of like largerish ears, and which at this point in time kind of like flicking different knives like back
Dungeon
and forth.
Meshi? Chill shock?
Yeah, really.
Oh no.
Yeah, was that Basil as well? Like,
It very much so looks like those three.
motherfucker.
Oh, no.
Recognize these descriptions.
I'm thinking like, oh
all right.
But
Amazing.
at this point in time, as they're kind of having the conversation, you are allowed to peruse the shelves as you so wish, before eventually the adventure group passes on the Gauntlets of Thunder, and Hunter's like, well, if you ever want to come on back and purchase something once you've figured your own finances out a little bit more, or come to the idea of wanting perhaps like for a different idea in terms of how for payments, then I'm always here. You're always welcome back. And the three exit the store, and he comes up to hello everyone, it's good to see you again.
Hello.
Hi.
How's business been?
Well, it's been brisk. Got a couple interesting payments on like already down set. A few different rounds that are being called for. But of course, as always on the uptake and keeping an eye out for interested individuals. Like we do for you all. Have you all come back and changed your mind on a couple of different acquisitions?
Absolutely.
Yes. Because we have
Excellent.
money now. Remember how, like, we said we were gonna come back when we have more money? Congrats, we
And
have money now. I immediately want to go get something. I will be right back. Safi's gonna go over to where he found those
Well, that one's very eager.
the monk wraps. The one that looked a little more than what it actually is.
Yeah, the wraps of unarmed prowess.
That one.
Right, so.
If those are still on the shelf, he's gonna pick them up and immediately put them on the counter, and it's just like, this is what I'm getting. I don't know what the fuck you guys want.
They are like they're not necessarily out like on a display show. They are in the display case. So.
Okay. So he's just standing right next to it, doing that thing that you do like at jewelry stores when you're like waiting.
I can fully see that you are one of a fine taste in acquisition, so I can certainly see that this would be something of certain interest to you. I can understand. He takes out a small ring of keys that unfortunately the inserts unlocks it and takes out the wraps. Was there anything else that might be of interest to you?
Yes, that wand is like that wand of collecting that you have from before.
Oh, of course. Anything else for you all? And that's typically well enough for.
Was there anything that
Did you?
else that we were after?
I mean, there are a couple of
Like
things.
a
Like,
wand.
there's like. Oh
I
yeah,
think
that's
so the
that's another thing
wand-
they pulled out.
Yeah. So the wand, the prowess, unarmed prowess,
Yeah, the
and
rest
I
of
mean,
our prowess.
does this guy doesn't have potions, does he?
He does
No,
not sell
he's
temporary
just-
items.
No. Oh, right. He does permanent stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
I think just those two are good for now, and we'll come back and peruse later, right?
Unless you got something new.
He also has told you that currently no one's like brought in anything new as of late in order to sell. But he also knows that he likes to make his purchases at the last day of the market fair because
That
of
makes
course
sense.
that's when people are trying to ship things off for a cheaper price usually.
Yeah. All right. So yeah,
Hell
it's
yeah.
just gonna be those two.
Okay. So it takes it over at this point in time to the counter, and let's see. The wraps were
I think they were
They're
like
just-
500-ish.
they were
think?
800 if I remember.
No, not those ones.
Because the bulk mark
Have them
was
written down.
common item, so that the bulk mark was like 50 gold.
Hold on.
I am ready to become a menace to society, or at least Lethaid.
What? Oh yeah, with the wand, yes. God, my notes are fucking awful for this part.
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't-
everywhere. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. However much the prowess, unarmed prowess is.
So those are that's that. What's that? So, well, you're lucky. So it's that. So, typically it's that. What's that? Total with between the wraps and the wand.
Are we buying together or separate?
That depends. The wand itself is 50 gold pieces. The wraps will be 550. I would just roll for it.
Oh,
Again.
so it was 500. Okay.
Well, I just rolled for it again. So
Gotcha. I can get it. I can get the lot.
Right, can get the wand.
all right. So okay. So Saffron's just buying
Okay.
your wraps.
Yeah. So what was it? It was 500 something.
550, and then it's 50 gold pieces for the wand,
All right.
Nope.
which
I
both should
smack
be
it on
in-
the counter.
All right. Hanji at this point in time is like, pleasure doing business with you. And he actually puts the wraps into a nice, actually fine wooden box, has kind of like a layer of velvet on the bottom, sets them closes it up, wraps a bow around it, and passes it over to you.
So fancy. He takes the box, just kind of trying not to laugh. Just being like, I was ready to just wear these out, but all right. Yep, that
Presentation
works
is everything.
totally. Yep. He just kind of is like holding the box and just turns around because he's like,
Alright.
no, I can't contain my smile.
Okay, so is there anything else that anybody wishes to purchase while they are within this space? There was to remind you, there was there were Delver's Claws, there was a Mistral Mantle, there was a Ring of Amity, there are Worm Reaver Gauntlets, there's a Pirate Plesiosaurus, Needle of Mending, a Nature's Mantle, Hunter's Coat.
There's a couple things I want, but
There's
nothing I can-
Rapier. Most of the items are like rare quality above, so they're usually running into like the several thousand gold pieces.
Safi's loaded, but not that loaded.
Yeah, we don't have that kind of money yet.
Not yet. We'll get there.
All right. Then, as you'll quickly depart out from the building, the door closes with a soft click behind you. And you're at this point in time, it'll probably take you just about the same amount of time to head back down to the docks. At which point you would meet up at the Pickled Peach with Hrolgar for mimosas.
Hell yeah. As we're walking there, Safi's gonna just like, hey Alligan, congrats, you have a new cool box, and gives him the box and puts on the wraps.
Okay.
So what are they?
For the moment, mark them as wraps of unarmed prowess +1, just uncommon variety.
Okay. Alrighty. Sick. And I'm just gonna be like, yeah. And that's it. That's it for me.
One thing you would notice is you do put them on is that they seem fairly stretchy.
Cool.
But all right. So as you'll head down to the Tickled Peach on the docks themselves, by this point, mid-morning, just about 11 o'clock rolls around, you can see that the Tickled Peach itself looks to be this wide open kind of like seafood shellfish bar that has a number of umbrellas outside, many different tables set out, so different like sailors walk past, like are heading out, and you can see the mix and mash of all sorts of people coming in and out from the docks itself. And surprisingly, there seems to be a large number of vessels coming in this morning. And many of the individuals you can see are like frantically rushing off of different boats and heading into the town itself quickly.
Are some of these the boats maybe that got caught that couldn't make it through beforehand?
Could be.
Can Ateris keep an ear out for anyone like gossiping or talking about this?
Raya would be doing the same, actually, because that's weird.
Sure. Ryan, what is your passive perception?
It's a 15.
You're 15. There is definitely bits of chunks of like flying conversation where there's people they're saying like thank the gods we finally got through. Umberlee, it seems like Umberlee's anger has been assuaged for the time being, and the vessel couldn't believe how nasty that storm was. It seemed to go on for days and days. So definitely, looks to be like a number of people. Many of the ships you're also seeing are definitely more battered and bruised than comparisons to what they were beforehand. But insofar, there definitely seems like a lot of people were kind of like rushing up docks and so quickly already that you can see that's probably by the end of the day another 1,000, maybe 2,000 people will be added into Dapplegate.
Hell yeah.
And you can see like off in the distance there are more ships that are coming into harbor. You get to the Tickle Peach itself, and then almost immediately you're able to identify Hrolgar, who at this point is like taking up like two full chairs himself at this point in time. Waves to you all as you're coming like underneath like a wide umbrella. Dressed not in like kind of the leather like harness that he was the evening before, but just kind of a wide, just like open chested shirt that has like all sorts of different floral patterns on it. Very loose
Oh
and
my
wavy.
god, he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
Very kind of loose cut
Iconic.
cargo shorts at this point in time, and enormous sandals.
He has found out he is a dad
my
and
God.
is ready.
Okay, actually seeing him, I remember what I forgot to do today. Give
Oh, no.
Raya some new
Oh.
piercings.
Oh, that's still, it's still in the morning.
Okay, we can do it later, but anyway.
Oh, good morning. Come on in. I'll wave down the waitress and take some seats.
Alright, it was like
Who the
it's like
fuck
pleasure to
is
meet you
this?
when thing is like with
Bulgur was the enormous hippo fella that
Yeah.
enraptured Saffron in a hug, and Raya and Saffron in a hug, because he knew Raya from a long time ago.
In-
yeah.
When the three of you were at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Oh,
the rave.
So Terrace, I don't think I actually had a chance to meet him. This is Holgar. Holgar, this is Terrace. Safi, and
Oh,
that's
pardon
Elegant.
me. You see, he stands up. He's like a full, like 8.5 feet tall. Just this wide-bodied like a gif or hippo at this point in time, and it extends a head to it. His hand's like fully like 4 times the size of yours.
She will happily shake his hand.
And it's just like bone crushing, not necessarily like intentionally bone crushing, but it's just meaty palm, just like all around the entirety of the hand and shaking vigorously. Good morning to you.
Morning to you too.
No, I know at least I have some oysters coming for myself. Please sit down. But mimosas around for everyone.
Terrace
That
will
sounds
nod.
amazing.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you see like kind of the goblinish, like a half goblinish, like woman at this point comes over, like very light tinge grease stain, and just a hair over like probably 5 feet tall, and say, "All right, so we're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mimosas. I'll just bring it. Pitches sound good?
Sounds
Yes,
amazing.
please.
All right, Momo, got one pitcher. Oyster. I know I got the oysters coming for Holga here. But anything else? They want the rest for you? We do fine fish and chips in the morning. We have a nice crab cake Benedict. We have all sorts of like, the daily special itself is a fresh caught cod fillets that with a little bit of lemon sauce and butter. I do like on top of a bit of spinach. I also even have a few different ones of different crab stuff with sweet potato and all sorts of different things there. And of course our famous like baked peaches with ice cream right on the very center of it. Any of that sound all good to y'all?
I'll take
I
one
like
of the
the fish
baked
and chips.
peaches.
Ursa, you're fucking killing me. I'm so hungry
know,
right now.
right?
I literally
I'm just
had to
like-
have Ronnie make me some food so I wouldn't die.
Alex got me muddy buddies because Ursa keeps describing food and I'm dying.
Listen,
I'm sorry.
listen,
What do you
that.
want from me?
This is what happens when our DM is a chef.
The chef.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay. Yeah. Fish is like so. Fish and chips for Raya.
peaches and ice cream.
Yeah, peaches and ice cream for a terrace as well.
Peaches and cream. Is that also you as well, sir? Peaches and cream. Pointing towards Saffron.
Sure. You know what? Why not?
All right.
You know what?
Now-
Let's get two things. Fish and chips.
All right, fish and chips, rounded peaches and cream for the table, big pitch of mimosas. You got it. Love y'all. Thank you very much. And they depart back and head back inside.
We're gonna get fucking sloshed. I just hope you all understand this.
That's
Who's
why we
this
eat
we?
food beforehand.
It's the royal we. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it's good to see you. It's been such a long period of time. couldn't scarcely believe it when I ran into you last night.
Yeah, it's always really good to actually run into a friendly face, especially in unfamiliar places like this. Well, familiar, but a bit unfamiliar for me at the same time. All things considered.
Oh, well, it's been some time, so understood if you don't fully remember me. But it's been fantastic to see you once more, and good to see that you've made some friends along the way. I know you were traveling around with Norik, you were making friends left, right, and center, but to actually be traveling around with some good companions by the sounds of it, real proud of you.
Thanks. Really, it's like that does mean a lot.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear it. So what you all been up to? Like, at least from what I heard, sounded like you were heading further up river or stream?
Yes, actually. We were going to be headed up to. Hold on, I'm trying to pull up the map.
Oh, I'll swap over to the... Here.
Thank you, sir. So it's like, alright. So yes, we're actually going to be headed up to Blackburn once the festival's over.
Oh, that's not that far away.
Was it Black Barn or was it Blackoblade?
Well, Blackoblade was the place in where at least in the specific direction in which that compass was pinging. Black Barn was just one of the stops along the route that Allegan had.
And
Yeah.
where's the big fight happening?
The big fight is happening at Emrys.
Emrys,
Yep.
yeah.
Emrys, that's what it was. Okay.
That's
I'm
why
sorry.
we were stopping at Black Barn.
Okay.
Because we could either stop at Black Barn and go up through Rimdal, or we can go all the way to Obel and come down along the
Correct.
Green Road. So yeah.
Well, I used to make stops in both Black Barn and Obel itself. Black Barn itself would be a bit of an easier trek up through Obel. Is always a bit more of a tighter squeeze given the sword point streams. There's more than a few different vying and rival groups there that always are. You have to pay different taxes through in one way or shape. Tend to stick a little bit south of that, but if you need to go to Obel, you can probably figure it out.
You're good. It's like, well, and we want is like if we figure it out once we get to Blackburn, then we can go ahead and do that. Otherwise, we can always just go ahead and travel by carriage. I mean, it's like,
We still do have our cart, so that would work.
yeah.
No, we don't have the cart or the horse because Ateris returned it, but she is planning on buying a mount. And a
That's
cart.
right. That's what you were saying. Yeah.
She only hired it before.
Yeah, you hired it, you did not purchase it.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
but she's planning on purchasing.
I guess. So, actually, if you don't mind me asking, if you don't mind me asking, yeah, any idea what's going on with all the ships arriving all of a sudden?
Not insofar. There's one shut with a few different ones, but as far as I know, the storm seemed to intensify about last night some point. Lightning strikes everywhere and caused more than a few twisters before it finally dissipated itself. But winds finally stopped, causing a big old ruckus within the waters itself, and became more smooth sailing, so it was actually less dangerous to traverse at that point in time. Few had been lost at sea, unfortunately, but that's how things go with sail travel. May they rest peacefully within the brace of Umberlee.
Wait, this was at night,
Just
right?
Just last night?
Hey, it's not that far. Like, usually it was just out far as I know, it's just off the just off the coast of the Selpermarth.
Oh, I see.
Safi just gives Raya a very knowing look.
Raya's looking, and he's just like, just that small grimace. Well, at the very least, You weren't. Yes, you weren't caught up in all that mess. So I'll take.
No, we was actually came on down. We were taking we had to take a little bit of a more scenic route down from many waters. Of course, wouldn't go into Mr. Fair.
Of course you weren't. You look like you were having a good time. Yes, I probably had a good time. A little bit of a good time afterwards, huh?
Absolutely. What, you think I slept?
Why do you think brunch is a
Oh, I
thing?
like you. Oh, I like you.
Which at this point in time you would see, oh right, and you could see like the goblin, the half goblin, kind of comes back, like enormous tray, like balanced on like one hand. At this point in time, just like muscles like bulging. At this point in time, she comes back. I was like, oh right, so here's the pitcher of mimosa, and it's probably about a good like gallon pitcher of mimosa. She sits down in the center of the table at this point in time. She sets out a number of different kind of heavy thin stem, like not super thin, but like still stem glasses that actually have a little more robustness to it because, of course, sailors. And has and also sets off a small container of ice off to the side because of it's slightly warmer if you want it chilled. It's like, all right, and then the food will be out with you in just a minute. Oh, he'll got your oysters, and they sit down. Like it is a full like plate of like 48 oysters. That she said.
Damn.
Listen,
Mm.
that seems normal.
Freshly
Of
shook.
Of course it is.
For
They're on the half
for
shell.
Holgar. Yeah.
Safi's mouth is just watering.
Yeah, they're on the half shell. Like,
You
help
could have ordered
yourself.
some.
There's a bit of lemonade. We got a bit of hot sauce. I myself am a perfectly good fan of their mango special on the hot sauce. They usually have actual fresh chunks that's mixed in with pineapple and mango.
I'm done.
Quite excellent.
God damn.
God damn it, Ursa.
Sorry, what
Damn,
you want from me.
Ursa.
A terrace at the offer of help yourself will take one of them, offer it to Allegan.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm just like, well, I mean, if they're offering.
You know, they
This
say
is the question.
these things
Does-
are aphrodisiacs. You'll take
This
one.
is the question. Does Allegan know how to eat an oyster?
Yes.
Oh no.
I would be surprised if he didn't know how.
I mean, we're from a fishing town. I feel like my parents would be embarrassed with me.
No, don't worry. They have more reasons to be embarrassed of you.
Exactly.
I was gonna say they already are.
Oh.
I'm sorry,
Um,
okay?
You
Are
are
you?
on fire today. You spicy little
Look.
bitch.
Listen, it has been Labor Day at a retail store.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure everything is coming
completely
out right
Yeah.
now.
I completely forgot it's Labor Day for y'all.
Today,
Yes.
Labor Day is Labor Day.
Year.
Date that episode.
but-
Yep. Safi's stealing some too, and Safi's also putting himself on pitcher duty, which is just to make sure everyone's drinks are topped up all the time.
It's not the best oysters, but they're full of they're meaty. They're briny. They have a little like they're good. They're not great, but they're good. And like more the fact that there's a lot of them.
I'm not
Safi's
a
low-key
fan of
crying
every
eating them.
oysters.
As you'll dig in to partake of the food, shortly afterwards, the fish and chips arrives. And these are actually it's like fresh cod that's been like battered, that has a beer batter. Like the skin is super crispy, and you can definitely smell the fat and salt coming off the fries themselves at this point in time. And
Beer
Mm.
better.
there's
Please tell me they have chicken salt for the chips.
I do not know what
That's
chicken
all.
salt is, so
I'm
I can't
sending.
know.
Okay, I need to send y'all because this is something I have learned. It is such an Australian thing. I'm so sad y'all don't have it. It is.
I mean, like for
going to
me,
change your
it's
life.
What I do is I do like paprika salt, but I do mine with which is salt, sugar, a little bit of cinnamon, and paprika that I toss
Yeah.
my fries with.
I'm gonna send you all like a care package of stuff from here, and it includes chicken salt, and it will change your life as far as like fries and chips go.
Okay. Bet.
And then the peaches themselves, it's like four it's 2 peaches. Each one's that's been halved at this point in time, and that's been baked, and there's kind of just soft and golden at this point in time. That has a drizzle of honey over it, along with a little bit of cardamom, nutmeg, and cinnamon. And then there's this big
This is
dollop
torture.
in the right center of caramel
It's
ice cream
actually
right in the
torture.
center.
This is just cruel.
We
You
asked
know
for
what
this.
you're
Just 'cause-
doing.
What do you mean?
Here's the thing. This is him being nice to us before he throws us into the
To the wolves.
torment nexus. So
I
Valid.
would never.
Yes, the fuck you
Uh-huh.
would. Don't fucking lie to us.
Safi has
Lying
no
with a
table
smile on his
manners, and
you know
he
what?
starts horking it down.
And you know what? Honestly,
Right.
we will deserve it.
Mhm, mhm.
It's not fantastic, but it's really good, solid food, and it's like fresh, it's hot, it's welcoming, especially after a long day yesterday, and it pairs really well with the mimosas at this point in time, and just able to really enjoy kind of this like a good morning breakfast or like brunch at this point in time. After probably about a good 20 minutes or so, like idle chit chat and enjoying kind of just each other's presence and being getting a little tipsy from various different mimosas. A terrace.
Yes.
Is it time?
You would notice in the distance a very familiar flag flying on the river that is heading in the direction of Dapplegate.
She is so many emotions. I think it's that same like sudden excitement that you'll got a sneak peek of in our pilot episode. But also she's trying to be polite at the table and not just get up and run off. So she's like sitting there and the tail is just going like an excited cat.
I mean,
Dear.
they're probably still like a good 10, 15 minutes out.
Exactly. There's no
dropping,
point of her
so-
getting up right now, and she knows that, but she wants to.
At which point, like,
Safi sees. Safi definitely sees the tail and is just like, I know that.
at which point, like Krolgar, who at this point has ordered like another like 40 oysters for himself and is like still like eating them,
Icon.
looks over to Ryan and says, "You had a couple questions you wanted to ask me about last night, but we didn't get to. Too much noise and busy times around. What can I help you with?
Oh,
I'm assuming it's
there
not just like maybe looking for passage heading up the river."
Oh, no. This is actually something that came up when I was here earlier today. And meant to ask if you had a fixman for him, but realized I could just go ahead and ask you since you are also a sailor.
Sure.
Does the name Rodrigo da Silva mean anything to you?
Rodrigo, not so much, but De Silva, sure. That was the moniker of the Kingfisher. About 25, 30 years ago.
Okay, Da Silva, the Kingfisher. This might mean if this is someone I know, or this might be odd. The Kingfisher wouldn't have to be a silver kobold, would he?
As well, how the story goes in terms of the fact is that he was like kobold in form, but dragon in strength and skill. Never got the chance to see him myself, but from what I had heard in different stories, made much of his early livings like going through doing deep sea fishing and catching all sorts of the nastier bits and beasties as a testament to his prowess in terms of the fact that he could meet or match any dragon, and for his eventual quest to become one. Any kobold's dream, as far as I know, is to eventually meet or match or best such beasts in the wild. So for him, is caught all sorts of different things. Caught some of the enormous red scale tuna. At least, as far as I know, was able to escape off with a young dragon turtle. Certainly made all sorts of different bits and pieces and fun dealing with various different leviathan like creatures and various different other sea beasties. Insofar as I remember, the most famous one was the fact that he ended up pulling a sea giant out of the waves itself, because he accidentally hooked its ear, and then got it had to dodge storm and lightning bolts for about 3 days, but the thing chased him across the waves.
If that is more than just a rumor,
Okay.
I
Wait.
love him.
Wait. Okay.
Safi just sort of like
Ursa.
stage whisper.
Ursa. Do any of these stories sound like the stories that his parents used to tell him?
Couple of them, yeah. You don't recognize the storm giant one.
I don't.
But there was definitely at least one in which you remember like hearing the fact that they were fishing through an enormous school of while they were chasing swordfish, and one thing that he did hook in the same point in time ended up being a smaller dragon turtle that pulled them along for about a good 6 hours. They were able to kind of keep behind it, so it couldn't just obliterate them with a steam breath, and that they were eventually at one point able to pull it up into the boat, and then ever since then, like in bargain for, there's like, hey, we'll release you just so long as that's so that you give us like some golden like treasure or tell us the location of like loot in the one process, and so at least you know that one.
Safi just stage whispers over to Raya. Your dad is so fucking cool.
Well, I do remember them telling me. The dragon turtle story. It's one of the few that I still do remember when it was like whenever we went fishing.
But yeah, storm giant one, not sure about.
Yeah. Also, Riot is saying that out loud, but it's just like.
So, beg your pardon?
Your parents? Oh, I never did tell you. My full name is Raya da Silva.
Oh, come on!
My mom was a Tenebrine. My father was a kobold. She sailed for him. He ended up catching most of the fish. He he did go off for a few here and there, but most of the time we were just in Felstrin.
Holgar kind of like sets down the oyster that he was eating at this point in time and peers real closely at you.
Raya looks back at him.
By the fair ducky's feathers, you're telling the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Believe it or not.
Oh, how's about that?
Yeah. And it's honestly, it's the first time that people ever actually heard him be called the Kingfisher. He was just dad to me, but I kind of heard it when I hooked that pike earlier today. Well, earlier yesterday.
have
in
heard about that there was a like no name nobody who showed up randomly and hooked the biggest fish this side of the Silver Mouth this so far this season. How was you? You are really the son of a living legend. Reaches over, just kind of ruffles your hair.
Ryan just lets him. He kind of is like he's gonna has like just a smile on his face, like yeah. And not gonna lie, it's not it's not the first time that something like that happened to me. Definitely not gonna be the last. I just when it was like I remember honestly the first time that I actually did try to fish, I actually did catch something big and the rod snapped on me. And I
Father
just
to
got
your bones.
yeah.
I wonder if whether or not if you have the same stubbornness and refusing to die.
Patty shines
I mean, half the stories were like running off, like trying to prevent from being either blasted to smithereens, burned, incinerated, caught with different lightning bolts, drowned in storm and sea, shipwrecks. You got all sorts of different, like dashed against the rocks, like half drowned, drowned twice more, once more, carried off by various harpies.
It seems it runs in the
yeah,
family.
I guess
Effie is chugging mimosas.
Just
Oh,
fishing
no.
is like fishing in hostile territory.
Oh yeah, that'd be him.
Yeah, that's how I met my mom. Maya just kind of drinks, just downs one mimosa, just like okay.
Oh,
Can I get you all another picture?
no,
Please.
I think we are.
No, yeah, no, shut up, shut, Allegan, shut up. Yes, please, we would like another picture. Thank
All right,
you.
I'll be back
Okay.
with one more picture.
All right. So all right. So there is one thing there is this one tale that my folks kind of just told me, just mostly because on my mom's side of the family more than my dad's, about this urban legend, the Midnight Tenenbrine. What does that name mean to you?
Oh, that's one you don't mess with. At least in terms of they haven't shown their heads in nigh on 20 years.
What kind of person were they?
Pirate. Well, much as you can be a pirate, more of a buccaneer brigand at that point in time. Sunk a number of different vessels, but stole hundreds of thousands worth of gold. Sunk a number of different trading vessels from Kalimport. Really made Kalimport's life a living hell, as far as I'm aware. Sunk something like 60 different of their trading ships.
Yeesh.
I'm gonna roll a Constitution saving throw for Safi to see how sloshed he is, considering he is chugging mimosas right now.
Sure.
I just feel like
Yeah,
okay, he's okay.
right? And it's like Ryan isn't really all that thirsty anymore. He's just has a lot to think about. Just
They were, like, as far as I know, they were a big one back, giving most of it to the people, but no, of course, like, not all of it was ever recovered.
DM,
Yes.
can I roll insight to see if this guy is going to... We are telling him so much very
Yeah.
dangerous information.
Yep.
Is this guy gonna turn around and start yapping to people?
Make an insight check.
Oh,
I feel
baby.
like the question is, would people believe
Oh,
him?
oh my god, that was insanely lucky. It was almost a natural 1 and flopped over to a 19. 26.
26. From what you can tell of him at this point, he is very boisterous, very friendly. Definitely a chatter. if nothing else, he probably wouldn't necessarily mention the name Raya. He probably would say that he ran into he ran into the son of the Kingfisher or anything else like that.
Okay.
Yeah. I would. No, keep
Because
going,
like, look, because it's like with sailors are gossips. Because like,
Yeah.
sailors are gossips. But
Yep.
for him, definitely at that point in time, it's not just like, it's more of the story at that point in time. It's like, I ran into the son of the Kingfisher. You won't believe what he caught a pike 20 feet long off of Dapplegate. You should have seen the size of the thing.
Okay. Yeah, very much just being like, okay, how in danger is Raya besides
Yeah.
the normal amount?
Yeah. Right. Raya's just sitting here. It's like, no, it's just. I don't. It's like, I don't know. I don't know. It's like, it's just one of the few things that I have heard, but no one seemed to give me like. It's like the Umbrine Tenebrine is the one that I have heard, but just like hush whispers. No one seems to say who or what. What's got me interested is the treasure. If I had treasure like that, I wouldn't even know what to do with it. What would you do if you found out?
I realized I hit my mute button.
Oh.
About, as far as I know, they vanished off the map about 20 years ago. So, don't know, like, as to what. And since then, the name is more or less fallen off into. Well, there was about a good 3-4 years where the name was still feared more than anything else, but now these days it's more ancient legend, history, spook story to scare some sailors when they see a vessel creeping up with them at the edge of the night. But as far as we know, it's not one that's really kept in place any much longer. And that's for what I would do with that money. Get the ducky refurbished, probably retire. Couldn't really leave the waves though at that point in time. Maybe go take a visit to one of the different tropical islands. Get a lifetime supply of mangoes. Lifetime supply of mangoes sounds real good.
Yes,
like,
it does.
Is mangoes like the only sort of fruit that you consume? You know, there are some other things like pineapples, apples, and the like. What just mangoes for
He
you?
leans over to you real close at this point in time. Are you saying that there's something better than mangoes? Because I don't know if I believe you if there is.
Right, just
Yeah,
looks
no,
up at him.
he's
Is
right.
like, you know, you got a point there.
Like, maybe watermelons are a close second, but mangoes. A good ripe mangoes. Oh. Plus, you can use the seeds as ballistic implements.
Because
Yeah,
You know?
honestly.
You know what?
into the
That's
food.
you know what? You do got a point there.
Mango pits are no fucking joke.
Yeah, they will.
Exactly.
They fucking hurt. Yeah.
Especially, like, I don't know, pack a whole bunch of them into a semi-explosive device and launch it
Oh,
out of
yeah.
a trebuchet or a cannon, and you have an exploding seed pod.
Oh yeah. You're fucked.
I feel like you've done this.
What?
What do you mean? I would never do such a thing like that.
Our DM is lying to us, gang.
Who hurt you, Ursa? Who hurt you?
No one, but I had a really
people
good science
hurt.
teacher.
Ah,
That's what it is.
I'll do it.
I remember my first year of high school, my science teacher burned both his eyebrows off first day, and I was like, it's gonna be a good year.
Oh
Those are
yeah.
the best teachers. But at this point in time, this point in the kind of the conversation is continuing on. Terrace, you would see just pulling into dock a very familiar, very battered
Uh-oh.
Dreadmaw.
Ateris is going to sort of stand. I apologize. It seems that someone I was looking to meet has arrived. And
Oh.
she is going to turn and
Oh, Chris,
Awwor.
pleasure to meet you.
Yeah. Forget them. But it was very fun catching up with you. We'll definitely actually meet up on the last day and finalize the deal about passes to.
Oh, hey, we're not probably leaving maybe in like 2-3 days.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
We can make
Off
that work.
table,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, we
about
usually-
how long we're here for too, so.
Yeah. It's like, that's my work. That works right there.
All right, be looking forward to seeing you. So, pardon me. I know this gentleman is taking care of his bill. Who's paying for the rest of you?
Raya just flicks himself how he's gonna do this. He puts down
How much is it?
how much is it?
For the rest of the food is 15 gold.
Oh yeah, Raya puts down 20.
Thank you very much, dears, and have a lovely rest of your day.
You do the same. Try not to work too hard, okay?
Oh, you're such a darling.
Raya gives her a wink.
She
before
reaches up,
walking
kind of pinches you. She reaches up, kind of pinches your cheek, and then turns.
All right.
I need to know. I need to know. Is she the kind of woman who like bitches to other people about like one of her other coworkers not doing their side orders?
Absolutely.
Yes.
The vibe is there.
But all right. So, Terrace, as you're kind of quickly walking down the dock, you would see kind of the gangplank being set down at this point in time, and various different sailors kind of a couple different sailors are kind of walking off at this point in time, and but including a very tall, very broad individual, kind of just sea-tossed hair at this point in time, deep shadows under his eyes, right arm in its sling, with his with the captain's jacket over his shoulders at this point in time. Definitely kind of looks to be almost like kind of like a singe burn across like one side of his scalp at this point. But calling out to those in boats, make sure everyone gets down. We need to make sure account for everything, get repairs started. I want us out of here by the end of the day. If you need to do, you have everything you need in order to get things reported and paid for. I have a few stops to make, and then we're back on the ocean.
Mm.
And you see he turns and then begins heading up into Dapplegate proper.
I think a terrace is going to like She's going to trail after him for a little.
Okay. He walks quickly and with intent and purpose. And it's even for you, who's usually fairly light on their feet, definitely takes like some effort to keep up with him. As he's moving along,
That's
he's
surprising considering how short she is, and how tall he is.
like he's probably
My
a
little
scooch
leggies.
over. Yeah, he's about a scooch over 7 feet tall.
Oh, he's
Damn.
taller than Raya, damn.
My little leggies.
Oh! Oh!
Yeah.
Mm.
Uh,
And as you're kind of catching on this point, make an insight check.
okay. 21.
21. Okay, you definitely feel that he's very intent and both distracted, like in terms of like what he's doing, as well as also just deep in thought about a number of different things. And your passive perception is 21 as well.
Yeah.
You would have felt that someone's following you at this point.
Oh.
Okay.
And you would have like just vaguely caught out the edge of your eyes another individual in sailor's garb, but definitely keeping more on the edge of the shadows. Vaguely female, has definitely looks to be a number of short, heavy knives in their belt, and
Okay.
they're kind of like an overcoat. And you get the feeling that with the 21 on inside as well, that they are probably Fulgrim's not first mate, but definitely
Protection.
just additional protection because of just a distraction or otherwise.
Mm-hmm. She's not going to worry about them then.
Okay. And Fulgrim, as you can see, is heading directly towards the Whitewater Inn.
Okay.
Which is
Paris.
what we will pop back.
Yes. Yeah, Ateris is going to continue towards the Whitewater Inn as well. I have no
Okay.
idea how far behind the others are, but we'll find
Yeah,
out.
I was gonna try to catch up with the terrace if I could.
Considering
I know
people
I'm a
coming
bit
off the docks and
behind.
they had already left before you, I'll have allocate if you wish to. I will give you a dexterity
where-
check.
Well, I know where they're going, so I was just gonna head to the Whitewater Inn because I've read the note.
Yeah, Ateris.
Okay.
will check.
Well, I'll still have you go ahead and make a dexterity check simply because of the fact that how quickly Fulgrim's
Busy.
moving.
Yeah.
And what are
Oh.
Saffron and Raya doing? They're trying to keep pace with Alligator as well, or are you two?
Oh no!
Safi's gonna say roof running because
Yeah.
there is no way in any of the levels and layers of hell that Safi is missing this. Hell no. I will break all of the laws to make sure that I am there.
Then I will have the two of you go ahead and make stealth checks for me.
Of course.
19.
19. So you definitely are able to make ground upon them and you're heading the same direction. At points of times you can be a little bit cutting through the crowd, but you're able to kind of get probably just down the block from like probably only a couple 100 feet behind as you would see Fulgrim enter into the Whitewater and a terrace kind of like follow it a couple moments after him.
Okay.
Or actually, that's a question. Does the terrace follow Fulgrim into the Whitewater Inn?
She hesitates for just a second and then heads in.
Alright, give me just a second.
I'm just gonna wait outside to give them like time.
Oh shit, suddenly cat. Hi.
Suddenly, cat.
Story is like story of every cat owner's life.
Hi.
No,
You want to- You're in my
Love
Where's my
and
Fulgrim
affection.
picture?
Oh right,
Yeah.
yeah, those rolls.
yes, please. I need a stealth check.
19.
10.
10 on a stealth? What did you roll?
I rolled a 4.
Are you gonna get arrested while trying to get the gossip?
It's perfect. No, this
Well-
is perfect.
You're lucky. The guards rolled shit on their perception.
Yay! The gossip prevails.
They
Yeah.
rolled a 6.
I got so lucky.
And that's what their bonus was like. Like total, they rolled a 2 plus 4.
Oh my goodness.
God damn, y'all are sorry at your job.
I mean, yeah, they're guards.
You're just really
Listen.
tired.
Which, like, yeah, in a massive place where they're trying to keep track of everybody, and they're more responding often to cries of help or otherwise.
Mhm.
Where's Fulgrim? Come here, buddy.
Where's that beautiful, beautiful Fulgrim art?
Where is that man?
Yes. Do you want me to send it to you again?
No, I'll find it.
I mean, I should have him in my character references, I think. If that helps. At least I think I put him in there.
Okay, no, it's that one. That's the ref for Fulgrim.
Yeah, pets
Where's the actual
mounts.
lead?
Pets mounts.
There we go. Got him.
Hey.
There he is.
The
The boy.
Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. Why are you so tall?
Because
Look at him.
I know that.
He's so
Bro.
handsome.
He's so pretty.
I know that thing is big. I mean, what? What?
Say it with your chest. We all know. Lance is totally swinging.
Terrace, you kind of like wait at this point in time. You would just slowly kind of like edge inside. You would hear, it's like, well, if she's not here, could you at least go and
Fulgrim.
there's this pause and a slow turn, and kind of those tealish sea green eyes fall into yours, and kind of this shock of gray running through the hair, and just this moment of quiet. Looks over you at this point, and you are different than I remember.
Very.
But do you have a moment?
Of course.
And he extends a gentle hand towards you.
She will.
Which at this
take
point,
it.
Allegan, you would kind of like just like peer in through the doorway at this.
I am keeping quiet and out of the way and letting them have their thing.
She will take his hand.
Miss, do you have a private room where we could have a moment to speak? I would not
Come.
choose to intrude upon your own space.
No, come. There's a lot we need to talk about. And she will take him up to their room.
And holding onto your hand, he kind of runs his thumb over your fingers. And turns it over. New calluses, I see.
A lot of hard work. It's been many years. Many hardships.
Some that you shouldn't have had to go through.
And some that I deserved. And you.
Fine.
She's going to very, very gently sort of place a hand on the sling.
He winces slightly. Hey, trouble with the storm.
I unfortunately may have an inkling regarding that, but let's talk. Does she notice any of her companions around by this point?
I'm going to have you make a perception check with disadvantage from you. For Allegan, Saffron, and Raya, I will have you all go ahead and make stealth checks.
Come on. Oh my god.
I am
kind
not
of
going to
wanted
try
to
to
fail
hide.
this, but I didn't.
Me too.
All right,
Yeah,
so
I am not hiding.
Tara's just
Look.
tell me the number. Like,
Damn.
I need you guys to know that I rolled double ones.
Oh my
Oh
god,
my
double
God.
ones?
So that is a total of 7.
Wow.
you know, I don't think there could have been a more perfect way to encapsulate the distraction that a terrorist is dealing with currently.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
So at this point in time, Allegan, you're going to follow upstairs and kind of rest outside the door at this point in time, as along with Tannerel at this point in time, who's kind of like looking at you, looking at like following after Terrace, but kind of being quiet as well. Saffron and Raya, the two of you are able to very lightly kind of flow along the rooftop and linger just outside the open window of Allegan and the Terrace's room.
Ryan would have some popcorn ready.
Oh yeah. Safi has his little notebook. He has a little notebook that has
Safi needs to
tabs
take
on
note.
it.
Yeah, I was about
He
to say,
has tabs on it. It's all color coded and sectioned, and he's recently put in a new page about a terrace, and he's going to be putting in new pages about Fulgrim as after this conversation. But yeah, he's just sitting there waiting.
we're lucky that it's not the entire cork board.
Yeah, well, no.
I know you by one name, and it's not the one you gave my
No,
my quartermaster. But how would you like me to? What would you like me to call you?
I think she hesitates a little bit at this because she hadn't actually thought about that. You can call me whichever you prefer. You are one of the few who I would also always answer to. Regardless.
It's not a strange thing, though, to change names and to find one that is more fitting for ourselves.
At present, most know me as a terrace. It has been a way of me perhaps avoiding facing things I did during the fall.
And would you prefer I leave Nguyen behind so that I can embrace the future? Or is it a piece of the past that you would like to bring back?
I think her brows furrow at this, and she does like a very small pace before sitting on the bed. There are a lot of things I regret about the Hells, and despite Allegan's reassurances that we may yet find a way of returning me to what I was. I still do not know if that is possible, but there is so much that I also would rather not leave to the past. And I think she looks at him at this point.
He reaches up and kind of puts his hand on the side of your face and says, I spent a very long time trying to drive the memory of you from my life, my experiences, to simply move on. To think that, to remind myself that it was only a brief flicker and flame in a darkened place within the world. A bit of spark of hopefulness. And it only took the possibility of me losing you that I realized that the flame was the start of a fire. So whatever belief you have that a memory of you should be lost or things that you did matter, they don't in the light of the fact that I have this chance to see you again. Changed, yes, but still beautiful, still filled with strength and passion and a belief in life that continues. So for the moment I will call you a terrace, but know that I will never think of Nguyen as the name to be ashamed of.
I think that there is a tear that falls down her cheek at that. There is a lot we should discuss. We have a son.
He blinks.
Damn.
And there's this like momentary, like there's this very slow blink again, and then eyebrows raise.
I know. I tried to find you again, but I could not. And
I made myself very difficult to find. I will not disagree on that.
She sort of laughs a little. I could not forget either. And so I chose to keep him. But he has been stolen. When
You hear this crunch. And you look down to see his like where his hand had fallen away from your face and kind of like rest on the bed for a moment, and you realize it's clenched into a fist and torn away a chunk of wood from the bed frame.
Ateris will mentally put a note in that to pay for the repairs for this. When the fall happened, I had been called back to Elturel, and it was by some minor good grace that I had the idea that it would be a simple, quick celebratory trip to the city and I would be right back. And he had just started at the college her to learn to control his
The
sorcery.
University of Know-It-Alls.
Indeed.
I'm aware of it.
So he remained with someone I thought I could trust. And then, well, the fall happened, and I was stolen away with it. And by the time I was able to escape, by the time that I made some horrendous decisions in order to escape and return back to him, someone had stolen him and a collection of other students from the school. We think we know who it might be and are seeking proof.
I'm so
and
sorry. I should have been there.
we both should have.
You weren't the one who ran away, though. And there's this very faint smell of ozone.
I think it's at this point that she takes his hand, very carefully removes the chunk of wood that's in his closed fist, and
Which you can see
replaces.
is like starting to like char and spark from electricity.
She replaces it with her own hand. Fulgrim, I forgave you for that before the fall even happened. I knew that if we were meant to reunite, it would happen of its own time. And I have lived since, much as you have. You don't want me to punish myself over my past, then you should not as well. But we have a potential to fix this. My friends and I wanted to see if we could ask some questions of you, and the blade I asked you to retrieve may help me as well.
Oh, yes. And you see that he kind of stretches a little bit, holds over his coat, and pulls out a blade in a scabbard and passes it over to you.
She sort of holds it for a moment and then sets it aside and refocuses.
You really
on
should
him.
hide something like that a little bit better.
Honestly, you are probably right.
I only had to tear up a single floorboard for it.
It wasn't particularly something I was hoping to even think about for, well, ever again.
Then
But
why keep
that
it?
is just in case. She is going to stand again. And she once more take his hand, sort of thing.
Which, ironically enough, you standing up means you're just now eye level with him.
I am going
Well,
to
then
get
why
us...
don't you invite them in?
She, finally stops and, pays attention to her surroundings. The window, really?
Raya just hangs down from his tail. It's like, listen, I know you met him. I know you know him and all, but
Safia has
we've never
had a
met this
jug
guy.
and a half of mimosas. Is this smart to be on the roof?
I have so many notes. I have so many questions.
Vanessa, don't kill him.
I
Wait,
would
what?
prefer if we did not do that. No.
Wait, hold
Which Algan, you hear just behind you a very short. Fine. They do anything. This one's getting a knife in the guts.
Uh, go
I
go
would-
ahead.
I would appreciate it
Raya.
if you did not knife Allegan. Everybody
He's
come in.
The furries climb in through the window.
Yeah.
Reverse
Fulgrim.
defenestration.
Fulgrim, this is. Well, these are some of the closest friends I currently have. Raya,
A
De Silva.
Tenebrine and a purple cat.
I
Well-
am not usually purple. In my defense.
Safi is usually
Yeah.
of the orange variety. And then she's going to like motion towards the door where Allegan is. So we have Raya, Safi, and Dr. Allegan.
Hello.
Hi.
Fulgrim
Yeah.
points at Algan and says, "You look vaguely familiar.
I would hope not. Why?
Hair color, I think.
Huh?
The
It'll come to me at some point.
Oh.
no.
Do you
Oh,
know
no.
the
No.
fan?
Father.
Do you know my dad? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Hey.
Would a terrorist make that connection?
Well, this is the question. We can either it is now after 8:00. We can either continue along with
Shush.
questions, or we can hold
Oh.
it, or we can
Continue,
hold it
continue,
until
continue,
next
continue,
time.
Continue.
continue.
We gotta.
We have to now.
Just a little.
Okay. So what was you
Um,
asking? Cope?
Would
Like
a
what a
terrorist
terrorist-
make that connection? Because a terrorist, Allegan surely would have told a terrorist a bit about his father.
Yeah.
Probably. I would say yeah.
Uh,
What would I have to roll?
Vita.
Especially considering that you know that Fulgrim is a sailor.
Mm-hmm. What would I have to roll about this?
History.
Oh, that is so much better than my other rolls. Oh, that's a mod 20.
20. It's very much so entirely possible that Fulgrim either has known through Elegant's family just because of various sailors, just because one sailor to another of like various different ones across the seas are similar. But because of what you know of him, it's entirely possible of other reasons.
Was this a good encounter or a negative one?
Oh, are you asking him?
Yeah.
mhm.
She trusts that he would tell her.
I remember a individual, same hair color, boat was wrecked and they were sinking, was able to scoop them up as they were the only one that was still floating on flotsam.
Do you know
Flotsam
where they
off
are
on-
now?
I left them on an island. Let me just pull it up.
Elegant is
terrorist
about to
is
have a
like-
stroke.
A terrorist is like looking
Oh, no.
between Allegan and Fulgrim right now with wide eyes.
Well,
Like, how do I tell
Uh,
Fulgrim that this is like my live-in, totally not husband, housemate, and casual lover?
He left them on left them on an island close to the larger island of Tharsult. It was the closest one I had that was available that I knew the individuals there wasn't going to attempt to kill him off on sight, but this fun, but and I had other tasks and want to deal with. As far as I know, he's still there. But it's been 20 years.
Nearly.
What? Right. Raya's looking at us like
What's the
20
matter?
years.
On that topic, De Silva. You know the name.
Allegan's just gonna leave. I'm just telling you right now. He is about to just walk out the door. Yeah.
As you go
Mhm.
to the door, you feel a very slight twinge of a blade on the neck. Where are you going, Sunshine?
For a walk.
Not alone.
Remember what we said before?
Indeed.
Fulgrim, they are allowed to leave.
I'm allowed to go wherever I wish.
No, the fuck you aren't.
These
Not
are my
alone.
Not to you, to the one that currently has a blade to me.
These are my companions. I trust them with my life. And I think Ateris is going to look at Allegan and then look over at Safi.
Which,
and
Alkin,
Raya.
you don't see this individual in any way, shape, or form.
I thought I felt the twinge.
You felt the blade on your neck, but you don't see them.
Because they're behind me.
Nope, there's nobody
invisible.
behind you.
Oh,
Wait.
great.
Ateris is going to look over at Raya and Safi. Allegan is not going to do anything stupid right now.
No, I am going on a walk and I would like to take Safi with me.
What?
Actually,
He's gripping his notebook.
Safi,
I will give you all the information you wish. Please.
I will
and
give you
if
details if you wish.
if anyone can drag Allegan back kicking and screaming, it will be you. You can grab him by the scruff, or you can grab him by the hair. Depends on which he's being more difficult about.
Why do you all have to be so fucking rational? Fine! And he just pockets his notebook and like stomps out and grabs Allegan by the sleeve and is just like, let's fucking go walk time, yay! Ah!
I've never
He's day
seen...
drunk.
He really is. Oh, who's watching who in this adventure?
Ateris is
So,
like
they're
gonna go on a walk.
internally doing damage control of her own thoughts
Vanessa,
right now.
they can depart.
But that is, tell him whatever you wish. I'm sorry that I cannot be here, but I need...
No, I get it. Please. Ateris will squeeze Allegan's hand and let them go.
I want all the details later.
I will give you all of the details you desire.
Thank you. Okay, come on, Doctor.
Again, you feel the pressure of the blade removed from your neck.
So,
Again, forgive Vanessa. She is overprotective, especially after considering that things are. I'm not in the most capable state at the moment.
Of course. We all have our jobs
trouble
to
with
do.
sirens?
Specifically a daughter Rumberly, but at least the storm that was causing mischief has been
We
dealt with.
may, as I said before, we may know something of that.
Well, you said you had questions, so I can answer as
What do you know?
well
Do
as
the
I-
names? Sorry.
No, I
I'm
was about to ask the same thing. Please.
Rodrigo and Talia da Silva. What do you know of them?
I know
You know
that
what?
they were.
You know what?
I will speak if I'm not interrupted.
I'm
Don't
sorry.
test me, boy.
I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry, okay? It's not like I'm trying to jump the gun there, but I'm trying to be respectful. But I have been losing memories of my parents, and this is the one thing, the one lead that I have that is actually not trying to kill me. Actively trying to kill me. Sorry.
Ateris
Okay,
will
I'm back.
place a hand on Fulgrim. The daughter of Umberly is currently hunting him.
That would explain the storm. Daughters of Umberly and particularly Umberly herself, require or demand tribute from many sailors and such. In fact, many of them consider the fact that their lives are tribute themselves to her or to her daughters.
Is it
I would
common
not-
to tribute children?
Not children, but souls. But it is not a fully unknown practice. But unpaid debts, Umberly does not consider one individual, if that individual does not come into her realm, then such a debt can be passed along through family lines.
Ateris is
those-
pacing.
As
those
that
debts-
for
I'm sorry.
As for the names De Silva, I am familiar with them. I am not particularly familiar with them, but I am familiar to them. I do remember some significant time ago that they were lost at sea. I don't remember finding their specific bodies, but I do remember finding their shipwreck at one point in time. Do you really want to hear this?
Ateris will
Raya
look at
just
Raya.
stares up. Raya just stares up at Fulgrim. On my
As far-
name, as Raya Benigno Alonso de Silva, I have a right to know what happened to Rodrigo de Silva, the Kingfisher, and Talia de Silva, the Midnight Tenebrine. I need to know.
As far as I could tell, their ship was scuttled. So that when it was caught within a particularly violent storm, it sank and was dashed apart against many of the different titles and rapids. By who or what, I am not certain. But an individual such as the Midnight Tenebrine and the Kingfisher such as the Midnight Tenebrine certainly made a significant number of enemies working for the Traders Alliance. Kingfisher is more of a name of notoriety than anything else. So more than anything else, I would presume it was done to remove or dispatch the Midnight Tenebrine. As far as I know, the bodies weren't found, or they were lost in the deeps in some fashion. There are enough beasts that prey on corpses of sinking individuals that it's entirely possible they were eaten before they fell to the bottom.
I think Ateris is going to pipe up at this point. There is a running theory that perhaps Raya's father is still alive, as Allegan, their father, they thought was dead. You have stated that you rescued him.
That explains much.
But Raya's sister is also being hunted.
You know, again?
Allegan's sister, not Rise.
Yeah, Allegan. Sorry. Foot in mouth disease.
Okay.
I was
It's
about
okay.
to be like, huh?
Yeah, like what? Only child.
Allegan's sister is also being hunted by Umberly. It would only
Well,
make
as far
sense
as
that if there is still debt to be paid.
true, if in one fashion or form, if Allegan's father was deemed as tribute in some shape or fashion, or they found or discovered something, or did something, I am not certain. Or if something, when I did rescue them, that they were considered stolen as tribute, then perhaps there's the reason as to why the eldest daughter is being hunted. And if you are truly the child of the Midnight Tenebrine and of Kingfisher, then an entire different reason is probably also follows afterwards. As to die at sea would be to be considered as tribute to Umberlee, but to die on the land would deny her that tribute. So even if whether or not your father is dead or alive, if did not die at the sea itself, would mean that whatever debt he had incurred to Umberlee would be passed on to you.
Wait,
Fucking gods.
wait a moment. Wait a moment. Die at sea. Specifically die at sea.
Yes. Umberlee cannot touch the land. She can incur the wrath of storms, and her daughters can walk upon it, but she herself is bound to the sea, and tribute cannot be taken from the land itself unless it is given to the sea itself.
I died at sea.
And were not taken. So you in itself
No,
could have been the...
Yeah, no, I fell. I was dead. I was revived.
And taken from the sea. So, in their minds, regardless of whether or not, for however long you have walked the land to this point in time, you are considered tribute to Umberlee and her daughters.
You really are a messed up group of individuals, aren't you?
There is
On...
there's one thing that I need clarification on. I think I might have misheard you, but did you just say that the Midnight Tenebrine did work for the Trade Alliance?
Yes.
For how long?
A good number of years, as far as I know it. That was one of the primary reasons why ships of Calimport were struck at and taken one way, shape, or form. More than a few of those of Waterdeep fell as well. In order to... The Traders Alliance could not necessarily openly say that they were using some amount of underhanded tactics in order to set and establish their respect and power within the waves, but certainly being able to hire individuals of significant ship and sailing prowess and enough will and forthright in order to carve out their own sense of freedom and free will within a world that more often than not seeks to put those underneath its own will, then
No. Raya's starting to pace back and forth now. Okay, you gotta be mistaken, because if if my mom ended up working with the Trade Alliance, that cannot be right. You have to be mistaken. My mentor works for the Trade Alliance.
who's your mentor?
Nork, a Durlask.
I am aware of him. He may have at one point of time known your mother in some form or fashion. I don't know if he was one who particularly followed up or worked with her during their times. They could have been time spent apart.
Seems every question we ask only leads to more questions.
Doesn't it?
Fulgrim, does Vanessa know? She's gonna look at Fulgrim. Your full capabilities.
Yes, she is one of a handful. My upper mates are aware.
Then there is a question I would like to ask of you. And not that I presume all of your kind would know of each other, but perhaps someone of your ability might have heard something. Do you know anything of a Draco Lich?
Like,
Not in some time. It's usually many Draco Liches are conjurations or keepers of ancient lore, secrets from either through the folly of men or more of the mortal races in an attempt to control such a beast. In some significant period of time, I have not been aware of one. But to say that, but they are also, they can be extremely ancient creatures.
As we
That
have
far-
learnt.
wait a
As
wait a
Allegan
minute.
and I have
What?
learnt. Yes.
wait, no, why would he's a sailor? Why would he know about Draco?
And Ateris
I
is
travel.
going to
I
turn
travel
and
far and wide and hear many
Ateris
stories.
is going to turn and look at Raya. And then kind of just look back at Fulgrim. As I said, the 3 companions I have, I can trust with them with my life.
Riot would look at Fulgrim. Like, actually look at Fulgrim.
Make a investigation check.
Wow! Okay! No! Oh, okay. Alright. What's a 17 get me?
17. As like kind of Fulgrim looks over at a terrace and gives a very slight sigh and a very short nod, he will look back at you. And with the 17, you will see this very, very brief flicker across his eyes of where they go from kind of this brilliant to kind of like normalish teal green human eyes to full orbs of just deep, deep teal that has like like almost like crackles of lightning rushing across them. And there's this flash of heavy scales that that flows across his skin for a moment before fading. I said the storm was dealt with.
All I can hear is squeaking from Ryan's
It's just the
mic.
peaking of the mic.
Okay. Oh my god. Yo. Bitch, did you bag a fucking dragon?
Yeah, I was as surprised as you were when I found out.
When did you find out?
I worked it out the morning after. And it was mildly
It's-
obvious once Alice grew into his
That I can
magic.
understand. The maintaining this form is more difficult when first awakening.
Raya is the first person that I have. Correct that. Allegan is the first person I have told. Allegan is. You and Allegan should get to know each other more.
I am wary of wizards.
Understandably. But I. She's going to like take his hand that she's still holding and like bring it to her chest.
There's this. Right, you would probably hear this as well because you're kind of running kind of the good healing, but there's this almost like kind of this like subsonic low growl of want that kind of like rumbles like through like and vibrates through the floor for a moment before subsiding.
Oh.
Oh, whoop. Alec
Oh.
is Allegan is a good man. He can make some wizardly decisions sometimes, but he is more trustworthy than any in that university that I have met.
Has he done
And-
good by you?
He has.
Has he protected you?
He has. If it
Will
was
he
not for
continue to do so?
if it was not for Allegan, I would be in a very different place right now, and we would not be here together. He has been as excited and supportive for you and I to reunite.
Was
as I
he the
have.
one that you entrusted with our son?
No. He has been instrumental in tracking our son down. He is as upset as we are because those children, those students.
There's this kind of momentary sigh and kind of a deep moment of thought. Alec and Saffron, what are the two of you doing?
And I just think it is incredibly rude that I would be taken away from such a... I have been waiting to learn about this stuff for so long, and instead, we're out in the park, I guess.
You start ranting. Allegan finds like a secluded bench as you're kind of yelling at him. He sits down and bursts into tears.
Oh, fuck. Why are you crying? Safi immediately, like, freezes up.
I don't know. I think it was either that, I am feeling a little overwhelmed, and I would like to just go home, and that's not an option. So I am in a park with a purple cat who is yelling at me about missing out on learning about my sex life. So yes.
I mean, when you put it like that,
When you put it like that, I mean, shit. Egg on my face.
So yeah, it's I I have no idea what I'm doing. You're right, Saffron. I haven't known what I've been doing since we left Yelash. And I have continued to not know what I am doing even now. And so I am doing the only thing that makes any sense, which is sitting in a park, because if I stood in that room, I would be interrupting a reunion between two people who I think care about each other very much, with a woman I've been living with for 20 years who I care about very much. And I am taking a step back, and I am letting that happen because this is more important to her than it is about me. So right now, I would really like to go hug my mama, but I can't do that because then I'd have to explain to her why I'm crying, and I can't do that to her either. So, again, we're sitting in the park. Well, you asked me questions about my sex life. I think that's everything. Do you have any other questions, Saffron, that I could regale you with right now? Can I do for you? As he, wipes his face. What can I answer for you? What do you want to know?
Are you really that insecure?
About my dead father? Yeah, a little bit.
I meant about a terrorist.
What do you mean? Am I insecure?
The way you were talking is just kinda. You sound like you're ready to hear a terrorist say that she's replacing.
You can't replace something that somebody already had.
Okay, so you're hubristic and also a fucking moron. Got it. Okay. Safi's just gonna sort of sit on the floor, on the ground, in front of Allegan, just sort of cross-legged. So, you do know that a terrorist cares about you like a ridiculous amount, right?
I know, yes.
Okay, good. Good. That's a good first step. You do know that she's not taking one over the other, right?
I don't.
Okay.
We haven't talked about it.
Yeah, I can see that. I would have assumed that you had this conversation. I mean, look, I know I like talking about oh, they're cheating and blah blah. I know that it's closer to some sort of awkward kitchen polyamory shit. You need to have that conversation because if you're feeling like this, I mean, that's not accurate. That's you getting into your own head.
Saffron, you have to understand that at some point, if everything goes correctly, if I get everything that I want, and I succeed at everything I am set out to do, that one day I am going to leave a terrace alone for a very long time.
Why? What's the end goal? Walk me through it.
Do you know... I want to give a terrace her life back. And part of that is getting back what she lost in Avernus. She was not always a tiefling, you know this.
Yeah.
Well, Tieflings live near human lifespans. Elves, on the other hand, live significantly longer. I am already running on borrowed time with that one. And if I can get her back to how she sees herself and how she wishes to be, I'm human. I know. I have maybe another... Fuck, if I am lucky. 30, maybe 45 years? Maybe I can extend my lifespan a little bit with magic. And I might get a 60, but... I am human, and she is not. And so, if I succeed at everything I have set out to do, she will be alone for hundreds of years after me. And so what I am trying to do is make sure that I don't get in the way of her finding some level of companionship that matches her lifespan.
I wish I could put a sort of like mirror, but like an audio mirror, so that you could hear how stupid you sound. Look. Does the difference in lifespan suck? Yes. Absolutely. But are you really going to take that choice away from her? All because you feel like you have so little time left. And she has all the time in the world, and you think that you have it on good authority that as soon as she's an elf again, she's just not going to want to be with you anymore? That she's going to that she's going to be sad when you eventually die? That's how life works.
Yes.
You will
die.
outlive... Yeah, people die. You will outlive people. I'll outlive people. She will definitely outlive people, but... What's the point with living in misery? Why not be happy? Why not enjoy the time? Why are you focusing so much on what is in a potential distant future? Why not just enjoy what's here?
It's a lot more real when he's right there.
Okay.
Had a handle on it. I was doing very well. And then...
Obviously not.
I feel like we have been on the road for 3 weeks and I have aged a decade. It feels insane. I thought that the most insane thing was children making familiars in the dormitories without supervision. I thought that was pretty crazy. Kids can get up to some weird things. I have a plant daughter who I made accidentally by murdering a fey ancient being after 5 days of leaving home. And now my dad is alive. And the dragon person.
Dragon? Where did this dragon person come into play?
About it.
And at that point, we're going to hop back over to the terrorist and riot.
Amazing. Yeah, no, go.
Perfect.
Fulgrim,
So,
Yes, Ateris.
um, I am forever grateful that you answered my call. I am. And my feelings for you have not changed.
I'm glad you gave me a call to answer to.
There is some relationship things that we need to discuss. But now that we actually have reconnected, we have time for that.
Well, I am
Just not now.
not staying. Yes,
Ryan would just
I
wave.
have my own obligations that I need to fulfill.
As do I. I am going to find Hallis, and I am going to bring him back. And I am going to...
When you find him, send me a message. I will come and take him from whoever is keeping him.
We both will. These people that I am with, the 3 companions I keep, Raya, Safi, and Allegan, are all incredible people. I trust that they will keep me safe just as I keep them safe. And you can trust in that as well.
There's not much I can do about it otherwise. Even in terms of the fact that I have just found you once more. It will be some time before I have the opportunity to actually hold you close for a significant portion of time. Don't let me lose you again.
I won't. And I know that you, Allegan, Ryer, and Saffron won't let me lose myself either.
Is a nod of his head. He looks at the outside and says, I do have other business errands to run while here. Is
She's
there any
going-
other questions you wish me to ask? Or
She'll
answer?
hand him a paper with the names that Midge and I had discussed, which I will send you, the DM. Although I think you can see it.
Any sus
Yeah.
people we've ever met, who are they? Do you know who they are?
These are some names that growing increasingly suspicious that all of this is tied in together to be one larger plot point. There is too many coincidences at this point for me to separate Hallis's kidnapping along with the other students, as well as all of the other events that we are dealing with right now. If you recognize any of these, or if you can find information on them.
The Neth stand is a location within one of the nearby woods. It is where a fragment or one of the significant chunks of a fallen Netherese city rests. At one point in time, it was inhabited by supposed survivors of Netheril, or those who claimed that they were, and intended at some point in time to either attempt to raise it or gain some amount of its secrets. They fought with a significant portion of wizards from Thay, but one of the issues with attempting to search around that area is that was at one point in time infested with younger green dragons and wyverns and similar. Then, since as far as I know,
it may
they
have some connection to the Draco Lich.
then it's entirely possible, since, as far as I know, the wizards there were not successful in raising whatever, or making use of whatever knowledge they found there, and no one has heard of those whatever wizards, either Netherese or Thayan or otherwise, from there. So it is not entirely out of the question that some of their magics were either absorbed or other significant creature of power exists or lurks there and made use of them.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Myth, Dranorm, and Fallen Netheril, there is certainly, of course, the period of time in which there was old stories and tales, from what I remember, that the mages of Mithranor attempted to create copies of Netheril and similar, or some using their own mythalars, but as far as I am aware, they were unsuccessful. Caladwin, the name is not, the Shadeleaf is not familiar to me, although the House Alirai is, I am vaguely aware of. It's one of the mid-noble houses within the Unseelie Court. As far as I'm aware, they do much of the different hiring out to different of the Fey noble families to erase or remove problems and do dirtier work.
Good to know.
Vodnath is someone that I am familiar with. I have had a number of different run-ins with him over the years.
Oh?
As far as I'm aware, he was still alive when I last encountered him some 40-odd years ago.
Terrace is like quickly writing this stuff down.
Artificer did some significant amount of magic in transmutation, as well as also chronomancy and graviturgy. He was definitely an individual set upon communicating as much knowledge as he could in terms of prolonging life in the adaptation of mortal forms and shells into something that was not bound to either metal or undead scraps of flesh, and prolonging, at least in some amount of time, human lifespans. But there's definitely these periods of time that he became, from what I remember, more unstable as the years went on. The scant handful of times I met him, each time there would either be flickering forward or past visions of himself in various states. And I don't know if that's him attempting to access or fragment something through his own magical capabilities or otherwise, but if he is still alive, he is a dangerous individual.
Good to know. Well, I'll keep this information in mind.
Are there any other names you presented him? Or is it just the list?
I think the only other name she would give would be the one that Safi and Allegan gave her. that may have stolen Hallis.
Oh, la da 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 da.
My brain is blanking on it right now.
Not Halcyon, or do you mean the dwarf?
It might be Halcyon. Yeah.
Well, Halcyon Stormhammer was the Dragonborn wizard.
Yeah, that's the one who
Yeah.
mentors Lethead. That's the one we
Yeah.
want.
Halcyon.
An individual I'm aware of. There's primarily, as far as I know, they were one that had traveled from in far different places, and from what I have understood in terms of knowledge and otherwise, they were meant to be kept an eye on, simply because of the fact that they did have some significant sway within various merchant houses.
Which merchant houses?
Various members of the Traders Alliance in one way, shape, or form or another.
Good to know. I'll be paying them a visit.
In fact, Stormhammer is one of the most significant names that resides within Dalisk.
Good thing we're
Well.
heading that direction then.
Indeed.
Araya, would you mind giving me just a moment with Fulgrim?
Of course. Am I bringing along a friend, or is that friend staying here?
Vanessa, you can depart and don't kill him. In fact, don't
Actually,
kill anyone. Why don't Vanessa
No.
spell the invisibility?
What does Vanessa look like?
that is a good question.
As the invisibility drops, you'd see a dark-skinned woman, brilliant women,
Honestly,
brilliant
just
golden
women
eyes.
as a clip. Can we just have
Women.
women?
One eye
We
is
just women.
her eyes look like that of a mix of gold running through marble, like with different
Ooh.
slashes and slates. Hair done in all sorts of different cornrows that ended into long braids that run down her back. One of her arms looks to be that of a metallic construction in some way, shape, or form.
Oh, so
at-
she's a
from the elbow
badass
down.
too.
You can see there's about on each leg there's about a good 4 to 6 knives, and each one has different gem in the pommel. There's a heavy bandolier across her chest that has looks to be various different potions and similar, and one has a scroll set into it that you can see at the point. You can hear the slight twisting sound and as it from what you can hear is it's dispelling kind of the moving of a different spell.
Whoa.
And she gives a short nod to Fulgrim and just eyes Raya as she departs out the door.
Yeah, yeah, y'all have fun. Hey, real quick, do you want to fight real quick?
Raya, not in the tavern.
No, not in the tavern. We're going to the roof. Come on.
I'm not paying bail.
No, I don't fight unless it's necessary. It's much easier to just remove an opponent without them even being seen.
True. But I would like to know how to fight an opponent who could probably dismantle me.
Do I have permission to at least bruise him? Just dislocate his shoulder.
Say yes. Say yes.
Fine. And she's
Yes!
going on the roof.
Yes!
Raya, do not damage the building.
I'm not damaging shit.
All right. And then
Yeah.
it just remains you and Fulgrim in the room.
once this is done, how will we get in touch?
He takes off a gold cufflink off of one of his ears. And you can see that it kind of comes down. It has this brilliant sapphire gem, perfectly spherical, and passes it hold into you. You can send me a message with this once a day. It's a sending spell.
Ateris is going to sort of hold that tightly. She's going to lift up the fur cloak that she's wearing and unpin the Hell Rider badge. And then kind of just that familiar like fussing, fix his shirt, pin it on. This isn't anything as fancy as that, but I'm expecting this back when we do meet again.
As you are leaning down and kind of like eyes like kind of picking this quick, he is going to attempt to kiss you.
She will kiss him.
Then as he's leaning down and say, now this is not quite as fancy, he will just move forward quickly and like with intent and just kiss you with an intense. It's like very much like kind of the passion of an individual who is seeing someone that they have, like the first like lover's kiss when they come home from a long trip.
She
And just-
absolutely reciprocates that.
It is hot and warmth, and you can feel kind of this tingle of electricity just rush across your form.
Hot.
Yeah.
You can even feel like kind of like the sparks like running through your hair and just. I missed you. Esther, he finally breaks it about a good moment later.
I missed you too. Please, stay safe. She'll like run her hand across his hair where that like burn mark is.
I wish we had more time together.
As do I, but once we are both done with whatever each of us are doing right now, we can have a long sit down and a talk about what is to come.
I look forward
And
to it.
other things. She'll grin at him.
There's that same almost like subsonic rumble, and there's this brief flash in his eyes that you get of that he just at this point in time just wants to slam you against the wall and just start kissing you harder. But you can see
Sure.
that image just like flash through his eyes for just a moment before it quells.
She'll finish pinning the Hellrider badge on him. I expect that back when we meet again.
If your friend departed quickly, so if they have any other questions that you want to send to me, I can answer them. I will send them to my boat. I will write a letter for whatever questions they have for me send it to you before I depart.
Will do. Where are you off to next?
I need to make a few purchases and pay for the different lumber for materials and repair supplies, as well as also see the smith in town. I need to have a few sets of armor repaired and get the figurehead mechanism working again.
And where's your destination? If it's not...
I'm heading to Mintar. We were already being to set out from Yelash, but made the quick detour down here. It'll add a few days to our journey, but nothing significant.
I do appreciate it.
Once finished in Mintar, I'll be spending a month there, having to deal with various different aids and similar. Then I will be returning to Yelash, and I'll stay there for a significant portion of time.
I'll be back in Yalash soon enough. We will be dropping by the university, as I still suspect there is someone involved in this residing there. But once we are together again, we can sort all of this out.
Be careful, Sparrowhawk.
You too.
And he'll kiss you on the cheek once more and then stand and depart out the door.
She will watch him go.
He has to like slightly duck underneath the door frame.
You bloody tall bastard. She will watch him go and then just kind of everything hits her at this point. The excitement and the relief and the adrenaline and the panic. And
You hear a faint thump on the roof and rising. And Raya, you would hear this kind of this like you would feel Vanessa has like her arm twisted. You could feel like popped out of your shoulder at this point. Now, if you're going to hold this directly behind your back, you want to twist this way to get the most amount of pain, rather than this way, which just leaves it all loose.
Okay, all right. So let's see. Trying is like any way to avoid that, or at least pop it back into place where you can set it, where you can fight.
Roll forward.
All right. Raya tries to roll.
You roll forward, and you hear this soft click as it kind of like pulls her out of her grasp and like off balance, and it pops back into your shoulder. And as you roll forward, you come up to your feet. She's flat on the ground, and then you can hit someone like this while they're unexpected. Most will attempt to pull away directly off to one side or the other. If you move with the pain, you do better.
I need to talk with you more before you leave.
And then you both hear, Vanessa! Well, different time, Possum.
Different time indeed.
And she slides off the roof and walks on air for a few moments, and before Flint. And then with that, I think that is a good place for us to stop this evening, as it is far past our ending time.
Yeah.
Yep, just a touch.
You
so
had
bad
to
though. Holy fuck!
Oh my
I cried
Oh my
twice
God.
this session.
No.
Oh my god!
Fuck you, but also thank you.
Oh my god! Wow! So, yeah!
Oh,
Yeah, more lore and people finding out that their parents may not be fully dead.
Why I couldn't
also even more fucking connections.
Yep.
God.
I'm telling you, this is all fucking connected.
Oh yeah.
It's just me with my conspiracy board.
You with your conspiracy board!
Oh,
me as
I
the
can't wait.
player.
Conspiracy
Me
board.
as the player with my conspiracy board.
All
I'm
right.
borrowing
Where are we
it from
rating?
Safi. Let's have a look-see.
'Cause, yeah, it is late, and
Yeah.
I know definitely want to make sure Midge gets good EPs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
I know
still
it's very
recovering
late
too,
too.
so I need to as well. Let us go for Roll Propelled Games is playing. Let's go rate them.
Hell yeah.
They're doing episode 19 of their session. For those of you who are with us at the moment, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for the raids. We got two wonderful raids. Thank you both so much.
Bard and Vector.
I hope you all had a wonderful time joining in. And I hope you all have a wonderful day or night wherever you are in the world. stay safe, do something that makes you happy, tell someone you love them, and if you cannot behave, don't get caught.
And I will send you the picture of the sword, Co.
Thank you.
Have a good night, everybody.
Bye,
Good
have a
night.
Yeah.
And while we're waiting for the raid thing to kick in, if you have any fan art, if you have any art of the stream, of the party, send it to us
Or
on one of our
questions.
socials, or questions. We're open for questions on our Tumblr. So yeah, send them through. We would love to see and answer them. All right. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.